very good morning to you and welcome to the news update here on SOUQNews Television, where we bring you news across Nigeria and some other parts of the world. I am Grace Komolafe. In the news this morning, the Minister of Works, David Umahi, says President Bola Tinubu's administration has built a new generation of highways designed to last between 50 and 100 years, ending the country's long history of weak and short-lived roads. During an inspection of the Kaduna-Abuja Zaria-Kano High Expressway, Umahi explained that the new design approach uses concrete pavement, recycling, and milling to ensure durability, cost-effectiveness, and long-term value for public funds. He noted that the government is gradually replacing asphalt with rigid concrete road capable of withstanding decades of heavy traffic and harsh weather. Umahi warns contractors against wasteful road practices and urged strict adherence to international construction standards. Once completed, the 375 kilometers Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Expressway is expected to cut travel time by half and strengthen trade and security links across the north. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has announced that the federal government will introduce stricter financial and operational conditions for electricity distribution companies as part of their license renewal process. Speaking at the Nigeria Energy Leadership Summit in Lagos, Adelabu said many of the discos remain heavily indebted and undercapitalized, posing a threat to the stability of Nigeria's power sector. He explained that the project, such as the Presidential Power Initiative, popularly known as the SOUQNews Project, along with the $700 billion Presidential Metering Initiative and the $500 million World Bank Distribution Sector Recovery Program, have created new financial obligations that must be repaid by the discos. According to him, the government will not tolerate operators who lack financial discipline, stressing that firms unable to meet the new capital adequacy requirement risk losing their licenses to better funded investors. Adelabu criticized the 2013 privatization of the sector, saying many of those who acquired discos lacked both technical expertise and financial strength, which has contributed to the sector's persistent inefficiency. He noted that most discos remain too weak to invest adequately in infrastructure, which has limited expansion and prevented more Nigerians from benefiting from the Band A tariff category. The minister warned that the upcoming license renewals will be tied to strict recapitalization and performance benchmarks aimed at restoring investor confidence and service reliability. He also said the federal government is working to regulate and states to strengthen oversight and accelerate grid modernization. Meanwhile, the Association of Electricity Distribution spokesperson Sunday Odunton maintained that discos are collaborating with government to improve supply and will continue to support policies that promote a sustainable power sector. Still in the news, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has called on African countries to engage constructively with shipment lines to promote fairness, transparency, and equity in freight charges and surcharges. Speaking at a two-day seminar of the Union of African Shippers Councils in Lagos, Oyetola said such collaboration is key to ensuring that shippers' interests are protected while maintaining sustainable shipment services across the continent. He stressed that the African Continental Free Trade Area offers a $3 trillion opportunity for regional integration and export growth, but warned that issues like high logistics costs, port inefficiency, and arbitrary charges must be addressed. Oyetola said Nigeria, through the Shippers Council, is implementing policies to strengthen port efficiency, develop inland dry ports, and make Nigerian ports competitive gateways for intra-African trade. And away from that story, the World Bank has projected that global commodity prices will fall to their lowest level in 6 years by 2026, marking a fourth straight year of decline. Prices are expected to drop by 7% in both 2025 and 2026 due to weak global growth, an expanding oil surplus, and persistent policy uncertainty. The bank noted that while lower energy and food prices have eased inflation, The relief may be temporary as oil demand slows and production increases. Brent crude is forecast to fall from an average of $68 in 2025 to $60 in 2026, while food and metal prices are also set to ease. However, fertilizer costs could rise by over 20% in 2025, squeezing farmers' profits. The World Bank urged developing economies to use the current price drop to strengthen fiscal reforms, invest in infrastructure, and create jobs to sustain growth amid global economic headwinds. And away from that story, moving to a foreign story, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced a new trade agreement with China, saying tariffs on Chinese goods will be reduced to 47% from 57% in exchange for Beijing resuming U.S. soybean imports, maintaining rare earth exports, and curbing the illegal fentanyl trade. The deal was reached after Trump's face-to-face meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Busan, South Korea, the first since 2019 during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. The announcement set mixed signals through global markets, and with Asian and European stocks fluctuating and U.S. soybean futures falling slightly. The two-hour meeting marks a major step in easing trade tensions between the world's two largest economies, though analysts warn that questions remain over how long the truce will hold amid ongoing geopolitical and economic rivalry. And that's the news this morning. We say many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. My name is Grace Komolafe, and coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Please stay with us.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Herusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even though they are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at a point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQNews Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQNews TV.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQNews TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQNews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting a Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe.
And welcome to SOUQ.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQNews TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQNews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. This is your authoritative window into the forces shaping Nigeria's economy, Africa's development and the global business environment. I am Oyin Priye Krumale, and on the program today and its edition will dissect the latest developments driving market movement, policy directions and structural reforms across all key sectors, from currency management and capital markets to energy, power, and global trade dynamics. Our mission, as always, is to connect the dots between the policy decisions, business realities, and their implications for growth, business, economy, development, and investment, and of course, the everyday consumer, which includes you and I. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Once again, welcome to the program today. Good morning to you, Swift.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You're looking very sharp today and this morning. I was about to say tonight. You know, I'm always doing a night show. You look good.
Yes, it's
All right.
great.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, world. Welcome, of course, to SOUQ Business Landscape. And, of course, I'm here again. My name is Swift Aderito. And we are here to do what we do best. That's smile and get to talk about every economic issue that affects Nigeria, Africa, and all over the world. And make sure that what you have to say is felt by you following us, of course, at SOUQNews TV and dropping your comments because we take those things to heart and we want to hear from you this morning. Thank you for staying with us.
Great. We will have Ayanuba Oluwagbenga who will be joining us on the program, but let's give him a moment. Now, when Swift was saying hello to you and good morning, she said welcome. Tonight, she wanted to use the word night, and that's because she has a night program on the 95.9, the Isle FM, which is a sister organization to SOUQ News Television. You must listen to that.
I like the way you always do that. We need to throw you on radio. We have to. It's not that we are going to get you. We're going to throw you. So what will happen is we'll just get you a show. One morning you just come to work and we'll throw you.
We'll straddle both ends. So Before the SOUQ business landscape, you can tune into 95.9 FM, the Isle FM radio you listen to. We have Omobola Sandra, Moyo of Lagos. We also have other fantastic presenters who are handling different shows on that platform. I bet you, if you tune in there, you won't regret it. Now, to the business of the day. Let me intimate you further with what we will be doing this morning. There's a report coming from Quartus Economics that suggests that Nigeria's the highest currency denomination, the 1,000 naira note, has lost much of its practical value due to persistent inflation and currency depreciation. The firm also recommends that the Central Bank of Nigeria introduces 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira notes to improve convenience, reduce physical volume of cash required for large transactions, and cut costs associated with handling, transportation, and dispensing cash. So, as I'm intimating you with the stories, just keep ruminating on it so that by the time we start the conversation, you would have what you're going to talk about it. Now, secondly, we will be looking at Nigeria's Minister of Power, who recently in the Nigeria Energy Summit revealed that over 400,000 imported power meters remain uninstalled because of a shortage of trained and certified technicians. That's a significant bottleneck in the country's metering rollout. We will be talking about that program as well. And thirdly, the federal government plans to impose stricter financial and operational conditions for the renewal of electricity distribution companies. This goes their licenses, including capital adequacy requirements to ensure only financially stable, capable operators remain in the sector. Our fourth story is on electricity still, and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission is commemorating its 20th anniversary, marking 2 decades since it was established to oversee and reform the electricity sector. Then we will now move on to Africa within the continent, importing hydrocarbon crude oil, gas, and coal valued at $120 billion in 2024, revealing the continent's continued dependence on foreign refined petroleum products despite abundant natural reserves. Our sixth story is going to be on the World Bank, and it has projects that global commodity prices, including oil, gas, and agricultural products, will continue to decline, reaching the lowest levels since 2020 by 2026. Then we'll now move on to the United States and China. Guess what happened? They recently sealed a new trade agreement between these two elephants that have been fighting. The United States will reduce tariffs on Chinese goods to 47% in exchange for concessions, including increased agricultural purchases, rare earth exports, and cooperation on drug control. These are the stories we will be looking at on the show today. And guess what? We'll go on a break. We cannot wait. I know you are itching. Get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea as we'll start our sale. But that will be after this break. Just stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Promises, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Good morning once again and welcome to the program. I am delighted to start this conversation with you. So now let's take it up a little bit by starting with our first story. And that's about Naira portability. Nigeria, we have reviewed research, and that research is coming from the Quartus firm, who said that they are calling on the Central Bank of Nigeria to introduce higher denomination currency notes, specifically 10,000 naira. Can you imagine that? And not just 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira. They have their reasons why. Please do not scowl at them. To improve the naira's practicality and reduce the growing cost of cash transaction, the report titled "Is Africa's Ego Stuck or Soaring Back to Life?" argues that persistent depreciation of the Nigerian naira has rendered the current highest denomination, which is the 1,000 naira note, increasingly inefficient for everyday use. The review warns that the absence of higher value notes is fueling inefficiencies in fiscal cash usage, particularly for large volume transactions which now require excessive bundles of cash. According to the report, introducing higher denomination notes would not only enhance currency portability, but will also reduce the frequency and cost of ATM withdrawals, cash logistics, and bulk transactions. What's the name of the company or the organization that is suggesting this? They are called Quartus Economic. Quartus Economic said that such a move is necessary to reflect Nigeria's inflationary realities and ensure that the naira remains a functional and efficient medium of exchange. Do you agree with the perspective of Quartus Economics? Well, Swift, okay,
yes.
no, wait. I know you are going to laugh.
Okay.
But first of all,
yes,
10,000 naira, one note. 20,000 naira, one note. If something like this were necessary, I was thinking probably maybe we will start from 2,000 naira or 5,000 naira. But 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira, even if I consider their argument a sufficient ground for introducing this idea or suggesting this idea to the banker of banks, I think 10,000 and 20,000 is a little bit on the high side. But before I get which amount or which denomination you would like to suggest to them, let me get your perspective from the war report.
Okay, so first of all, when I read the report, I was screaming, nah, and then I settled in and actually read it. The first thing I wanted to tell you is maybe they are looking at the fact that in the USA, they do have a $10,000 note. They also have a $5,000 note. But like I have a friend who told me that the only time he ever saw a $1,000 note was with a Nigerian. That he has never, and he has lived in US, he said, for almost 20-something years.
It's with a Nigerian.
It was with a Nigerian.
It was with a Nigerian.
It's so people who even live in US, how many of them?
Is he a Nigerian American?
Yes, he is. Have the privilege of having a 10,000 naira note, but let's leave it there. They talked about some things that make sense. They talked about the convenience of carrying cash. And let's be honest, nowadays your ATM only gives you about 20,000 to 30,000 in a day. That's the legal withdrawal limit. And so when you go to an ATM and you can only get 20,000, it makes it increasingly difficult. It makes queues. It makes you having to go to POSs. Another thing that is happening is people that want to do bulk transactions. So I want to change, for example, I want to travel out, so I want to buy something, and I don't want to use my app. It's something I want to buy in the market. Like you go to Mile 12 market or Mile 2 market and you want to buy plenty tomato, pepper, onion, it's increasingly difficult to keep going to POS's people to take a 20,000 for this amount. So they are just saying that if there's a larger denomination, there's a 5,000 naira, and you go to the bank and the bank decides to give you 10 pieces of 5,000 naira, that's how much. So it's easier and all that. That's what they are saying. But now let's now come to what the implication on the naira is, because the naira is starting to do well. As of yesterday or day before yesterday, we heard that, okay, for the very first time in over a year, the naira has actually come down to 1,000, something in the market, and 1,400, and the naira is sitting pretty at this point. The first thing that's introducing 10,000 and 20,000, it would bring a higher risk of inflation, and the inflation would be horrible, because we all know that for African countries, once a price goes up, it never comes down, because we don't have a pricing system. In Europe, when fuel goes up, as soon as the market is steady from Saudi Arabia and petroleum products are back, immediately consumer protection brings down the prices. Even somebody was talking about the fact that computers that came in at a certain time from China when the tariffs were high, when the tariffs, came down, the stores had to bear the brunt because there's a consumer protection policy. So if you brought in a laptop and it was 1.something million and the Naira has steadied and it's now going to 800,000, they don't care. You must sell at that price. If you're not ready to sell at that price, close shop. So you and your people over there, you have to have these conversations and, okay, how can customers, is there a sale period, is there this, is there that? And so, but in Nigeria, those things don't happen. Somebody brings in a product and
Is it the Consumer Protection Agency or it is still the forces of demand and supply?
No, Consumer Protection Agency makes sure that you don't sell at a certain price.
If that's the price that has been determined by the forces of demand and supply.
If I report it to them, that look, this product was being sold, they will come to your shop and it will be an issue. You'll be fined. So people are very careful. So there are some shops that they said there are certain products that are not, they are not, you can't get, because they'll tell you that, sorry, the ones we have at an expensive rate, if you are ready to buy at that price, because they understand that the law will not tolerate it. But in Nigeria, that's different. You buy a phone for when a supplier claims that he bought phones when the Naira was 1,008. And right now, the Naira is 1,004. He's still selling at the exact price he bought when it was 1,800.
What if that was part of the stock?
It's what we are saying. They never understock. It's like what happened with gas. But let's quickly come to this. And so we are looking at the fact that if this happens, there's going to be a high rate of inflation in Nigeria. It means that it's going to shake the steadiness. That's what another school of thought is afraid of. Now, the potential of money laundering with 1,000 Naira notes, as soon as 1,000 Naira notes
before we get there about money laundering and all the attendant disadvantages that may come with the suggestion of quarters economy, let's take a look at it from a different perspective. We've seen that it is true. The 1,000 Naira seem to have lost its value. It has lost its value. You remove, you have 1,000 Naira. Sometimes that 1,000 Naira can't even pay for your transportation fare. If from Obalende, people are taking public commercial vehicle to Lekki, Aja, that 1,000 Naira can't pay for it. Sometimes they charge as high as 1,800. 1,700, sometimes 2,000, sometimes 2,000 Naira. No, so it has lost. Even if the presence of customer protection, we do have the FCCPC. Now it's not. We all know that it has lost its value, and I will give it to the quarters economics on one aspect that it is true. For when we start looking at it from the economics and the value of the Naira. Yes, it has only gone down, and we know that in itself also has the infringement by virtue of the inflation.
Yes.
But even at that, 100,000, 10,000, 20,000 Naira, it will be very, very easy to put 1 million Naira in your pocket.
Oh, on the street. Yes.
It will be it will make it also very easy for those involved in the illicit act of money laundering to cut away a large amount of money in a very concealed... I was about to talk about money laundering, but before we even go there, let's talk about the inflation that we're talking about. So the prices of Aja was going between 300 to 500 Naira before... when was that?
This was just 2 years ago, when this current administration got in, before fuel subsidy was removed. Fuel prices were moved. I think it was about 200, 185, 200, and it went all the way up to whether 600 initially. Now, Aja went to about 700, 800. Fuel price now went to about 1,000 Naira or 9 something. The pricing now went to 1,2. Now, there was a bit of scarcity, and the pricing went to 1,815. Scarcity is down. Fuel has been selling at 900 Naira in almost all places. With Dangote now, fuel has been selling for 800 and coal. Guess what has not gone down? The prices. Oshodi to CMS or Balende used to be 300 Naira. When fuel went up, it went to 1,000 naira.
Oshodi to
Yes,
CMS,
yes,
300?
Yes. But when you go on top of the bridge, it's 500. In the evening, when people are not, you know that there's a way when traffic is coming. In the evenings, people are coming from CMS to Oshodi. It's less people going from Oshodi to CMS because of the work relations. So the traffic is less. At that point, they start to carry 500, meaning that they can make a profit on 500 naira. But guess why it's 1,000 naira? When you even ask the bosses, the drivers, they say, by the time this one collect their own, by the time this one, we self, we no go chop. It is the Nigerian factor. So like I said, if we had a pricing system, you see the money that is looking devalued, it will be very strong. Okay. Food prices are coming down every day. Why? What's happening?
You know what? I'm glad we're using simple things that are relatable
exactly.
at the ebb of society. And if you remember very well, even before the fuel prices went up, buying things, Dangote was not important. He was not in the picture then. So importing, we were dealing with the imports of the crude or of the refined product into the country. Yes. And that in itself contributed, notwithstanding the subsidy that we're paying, has its own implication at the cost of doing things, buying those crude, most especially when we have the price of the dollar on the rooftop. Now, the price of the dollar is still on the rooftop.
But at least it has
been. It is 1,500 naira or so.
But at least it has been capped.
But it is 1,500. It has not been capped. It cannot be capped because now it is operating, of course, using the demand and supply, forces of demand and supply. Now, Dangote came into the picture. Yes, there are a little respite, but not everybody buys from Dangote.
We agree with you.
So we know that there are going to be variations of prices. If we were talking about food prices, and we say each and every day food prices are coming down, I think we need to ascertain that very well. And we will be going to the market to get the true reflection of these food prices. And this is not... Because the government cannot, of course, bag of oil we're told came down.
No, it's not we were told. The last time I bought at 65 naira.
And it is not 65,000 naira.
I bought at 65,000
So between that, it is now between 50,000 and 70,000
So that is at least a 40,000 naira less than 110.
No. It is the price. That's the price range between 50,000 and 70,000 naira. Yes. And before now, it was between 95,000 and 80,000 naira.
And 110.
So now, the value of the naira as we speak has been seriously affected. And people who needed bulk of money to trade and to buy. Of course, the argument will come from the Central Bank of Nigeria that, look, you don't even need to carry cash around. You have your banking apps. You have your banking apps on your phone. You can use that to transfer because the bankers of the Central Bank itself is trying to say, look, we have to avoid, because as a result of the cashless policy, we need to avoid carrying huge amount of cash around because it doesn't only endanger your life, it also endanger your finances and it endanger your business for you to carry huge amount of cash around. So even those who don't used to accept cash, I know I've been having a turning to turn their attention to start accepting cash because we also know those who have moved from the conventional banking system to the fintechs because as a result of their activities that facilitate speedy transactions and the act of doing business. But we must understand that yes, the 1,000 has lost its essence in the economy of things and in the way we buy things. Do we need to introduce a new denomination?
Increase purchasing power?
If we need to introduce a new amount, like 2,000 naira or 5,000 naira, then we must begin to have a rethink on the implications of that, even in the economy. And I'm told Benga is around.
Okay.
Good morning to you, Benga Paul. Welcome to the program.
Benga, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
Great.
I'm so sorry. This morning is very terrible in outward Lagos. I've been in traffic for about 3 hours now. That was why I had to take the fastest jacket my hands could get to be on the show. Apologies for my dressing.
No problem, Benga. Now, yes,
you were talking about.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Yes. On the issue you were talking about, I've been super excited to talk about it. I think we should be careful. All these research centers who are bringing advices that will ruin the economy on the long run. Yes, you are talking about Naira portability, but what is the overall effect that will have on inflationary rates and the Naira as a whole? Don't forget, every country who devalued their currency and started creating larger currency value. Creating larger currency value does not solve the problem. So they continue to create larger currency value to think that they can solve the problem, and that also exacerbates the problem. Take, for example, countries like Venezuela. Even Ghana was in the same shoe at one point in time before they now rebase their Ghanaian cedi to reflect new order. The same thing with Zimbabwe. You know, Zimbabwe has, I think they have about 1 billion, or is it 1 million single currency Zimbabwean dollar. Yes. At a point in time, I don't know whether they still have it right now. But it is the same people like this who gave all those countries this advice, and when they took the advice, did it solve the problem? It does not solve the problem. Rather, it exacerbates the problem, and now those countries are suffering for it. And that's why I believe that whoever commissioned those companies, and that is the best they could come up with, I don't think they know what they are doing. That is on one part, taking example from those who have tried the same method in the past and they have failed spectacularly. The other part is that day-to-day transaction of people. So you can imagine you are going from, even with your 1,000 naira notes, there is fracas between bus conductors and passenger in most routes. So you are going from Oshodi to Aja, and your bus fare is, say, 1,500 naira. And then you went and give the conductor 20,000 naira whole note or 10,000 naira whole note. And if your village people want to now catch you, you now forgot your change in conductor's hand. You understand the implication of that on individuals. Then in terms of conflicts that should not have even arose in the first place, that will now arise as a result of that. And let me tell you, the only people who will be spending like they are doing with the 1 naira note now, this money, are the elite who will be spraying the same amount of money at party, you know. So like right now, you see the elite have even gone beyond spraying 1,000 naira notes. What they now do is bundle. So they give you a bundle of 1,000, that's 100,000 naira that they have sprayed you at one point or the other. Now, as an MC, I can't complain. It's good for me, you know. Once in a while, you meet some really very good people who by the time they spray you like 5-10 bundle, you are made, you know, at that event. But at the same time, the overall cost implication and economic implication on our nation is putting a lot of stress on the currency. So I think there are other areas that they can look into to help the economy and the naira to strengthen, not creating larger currency amounts.
God bless you. So what Benga said, I just remembered. I went for a very high society wedding. And of course, I respected myself. I was
you were
sitting.
part of the
Yourself
and Mr. Benga, you are part of the MCs that are getting bundles of money being sprayed.
It was my senior colleagues. They had 3 MCs. Daddy Ali Baba was there. I think, I can't remember the other 2. But we had more than 6 top artists come perform. And so I was sitting, it was at somebody's wedding. In fact, all the big names were there. The 3 former presidential candidates, Peter Obi was there, Atiku came in, and one other person came in. So I was just in one corner, but not too far from the stage, sitting and looking. And so there was this man that came to spray the couple, and he was just throwing bundles. And suddenly one bundle just hit my head. And I bent down like very viciously and I picked the bundle. Another colleague of mine, she's a journalist, was sitting beside me. And she said, no, you don't. And the other young man sitting beside me said, it hit your head, so you can even sue them for violence. By the time we counted that bundle, it was 100,000 naira.
You took away the money?
Yes. So I got 50. My friend got 30. And the guy sitting beside us, because we're all colleagues, we worked in the same media house, he got 20.
How long was that?
This was, I think, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Now, what Benga is trying to say, like, I never thought I could relate.
Okay.
Now, with this amount of money, now imagine when they now bring 20,000 notes. These same people will still carry 20,000 naira note bundles. So if with 1,000, a bundle of how many is 100K?
Okay.
With 20, you'll be looking at 1 million. So that means if one hits my head, it means that I can just go home and sleep.
Great.
But my fear about this is, this is where I want to quickly say. When we had before they introduced 1,000 naira notes, 500 naira meant something in this economy. 200 naira meant something in this economy. As soon as 1,000 naira notes came in, the inflation hit. And it started, the other money started to dwindle. Right now, 1 naira doesn't mean anything. 5 naira doesn't mean anything. 10 naira doesn't mean anything. In America, they have been able to work with their dollar that $1 can still buy something. $2, they have a $1 note, $2 note, $5 note, $10 notes. Then they have 20, 50, 100, 1,000, and 2,000 and $5,000 notes. And so in Nigeria, introducing a 5,000, a 2,000, it means that it will further take away 50 naira, which is facing out, and 100 naira. So for the regular people like myself, in Jesus' name, I'm not regular, we cannot afford this to happen. Then, of course, we talked about inflation, which is money laundering, which is where I want you to focus on. With higher denominations, it is easy to move money. We once saw a former governor, collecting bribe and pocketing, and nowadays people use dollars for all that. You do transactions and you're settling in dollars. With 20,000 naira, you don't need dollars anymore.
All right, great. Now, whilst this is good for what is suggestion coming from Quarters Economic might be something that the managers of our economy need to take a second look at. We also need to consider the delicate end of it. That will not really be nice if we have something that does not reflect if it comes to exacerbate the economy. And I know not too long, probably today or tomorrow, we'll be getting any form of response from the Central Bank of Nigeria or from any other bank. That's if they choose to give attention to it anyways. Now, let's move on to our next story. It's still talking about money. So we are moving on to the Nigerian Exchange Group has posted a 37.7% year-on-year growth in market capitalization, rising to 141.75 trillion naira the month of September 2025, up from 102.94 trillion naira recorded in the same period in 2024. The impressive growth highlights increased investor confidence and the deepening role of capital market in Nigeria's economic landscape. The Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Exchange Group, Temi Popola, attributed the strong performance to sustained innovation, adoption of technology, and the group's commitment to sustainability. He also noted that the milestone is not just a reflection of market activity, but also a testament to the exchange's alignment with the economic aspiration of the communities it serves. Popola emphasized that the exchange remains focused on enabling inclusive growth through strategic partnership, improved market access, and a forward-looking regulatory environment. He added that ongoing reforms and product diversification and positioning the exchange as a leading investment hub in Africa, helping the channel long-term capital into critical sectors of the economy. I like three key things that was pointed out there. Diversification of the economy, not just three things, I think even more of them. Diversification of the economy, the reforms that are currently going on in the system, and the adoption of technology into the exchange, and market or investor confidence. The market seems to be burgeoning, and investor confidence. Before now, we've had reports that investors, some of them, or most of the investors, I think that's about a month or 5 weeks ago, that most of the investors preferred short-term investments, and most of them were shying away from long-term investments. And if that seemed to be the case, we will not experience the growth, the year-on-year growth of market capitalization, for a long period of time, because after the short-term investment and the capitalization has increased and, they have become more liquid, these investors can quickly go in there, most especially the retail investors, to move out some of the money from the market, and also from their own readings of the market, if they tend to see the market going in a direction that will not be favorable to them, or from their own forecasts or deductions that it seems to be going away from what they expected, they might move their money away. So Benga, what's your position on this?
Well, I think a lot of factors affect this market cap growth that we are talking about here. And one of the factors that I think affects the market cap growth is the renewed interest of a lot of young people in investing in the stock market. If you look at, for example, now, a lot of 9-to-5ers are looking for where to keep their money so that they can get returns on their money rather than it sitting in the bank in savings, and the percentage of interest they get is minimal. In fact, sometimes bank alerts, bank charges would have wiped out the so-called interest that they want to give on your money. So, and with the advent of social media, content creators who wants to make content so that they can also make money from social media. There are a lot of content creators creating content about financial literacy, market literacy. That alone accounts for a lot of, even though the government or SEC may not put that into consideration, but I am speaking based on what I see. So I work in an organization where we have more than 3,000 staffs, and we have another sister organization that has about another 2,500 or 2,750 staffs. And I mingle a lot among my colleagues, both in the main company where I work and in the sister company. And from the conversation that I've picked up in the last 6 months, 1 year, I've seen that a lot of people, because now they want to do something with their money and their job does not allow them by the time they get home, and they are also skeptical to invest in things like even lands because of the fear of of money and other things like that. Even the real estate companies are no longer trustworthy. So the next smartest thing they are trying to do now is either crypto or securities exchange, and that's why a lot of them are following a lot of these social media money matter analysts, and so that in itself adds to the increase in the volume of trade and in the market cap. And worldwide generally, even last week or on Monday, Tuesday, the US, I think S&P 500 also recorded a very high market cap that I think about 16 trillion or something. I've forgotten the exact figure, but it was reported that as part of some of the Donald Trump policies, even though a lot of Democrats are saying it's not good for the economy, but the results is showing otherwise. So I think generally the market in most places are bullish. If you look at the S&P 500, if you look at the Nikkei index in Japan, you see that the market has been bullish in a lot of places, and Nigeria too is not slacking. And the reform on the government, also the technology improvement by SEC that allows a lot more people to participate in market activities now more than before, also help in boosting the market cap.
Now, there's something I wanted to actually say here before I defer to you to speak. From a business angle, increased market capitalization means companies listed on the exchange have greater access to long-term capital expansion, which was what I was trying to say when I referenced the short-term investment that investors needed or used to engage in, and that has to do with innovation. So talked about job creation, and from an economic perspective, it underscores improving liquidity, better corporate governance, and the return of confidence in the Nigerian economy despite inflationary pressure and forex volatility. So, Swift, your position on this matter.
And so the first thing I want to talk about is if you look at it, it makes the economic diversification, it's making the economy very strong. It's, of course, we talked about boosting investor confidence in our stock market, but there's a downside to it. We are seeing certain companies hold top gainers back to back. In the last 6 months, there are certain companies that have been replaying. And now this makes
construction,
the market...
banking.
It makes the market volatile. It makes certain companies, their stock keep going down. And if there are certain companies that it seems like they just own that space, more people, investors are bound to keep pulling out from certain companies and putting monies into some others. So there are certain stocks that would actually deplete crazily before the end of the year, which is my fear. That's just one of the fears I have. Also, of course, for the market doing well, we are looking at increased job creation, which is always a plus. More people are going into finance right now. And right now, it's even easier to get a bit of loan, to get loans from CSR operations, from people that are doing extremely well in the stock market, like the BOA Group and telecommunications. Even, yes, of course, hospitality business is also doing fantastically well.
We're getting to December.
Really, on the stock market group too. And so it's creating jobs, which is good. It's good for the economy because right now it's now looking like we are no more reliant on oil 100%. Taxation too has played a good role in strengthening the stock market growth. So that's a plus for us. I hope this continues so that the government and our country can keep looking good. But like I said, we also need to be careful. You see, with stocks, you know, don't put in 2 legs. I always see
the institutional investors doesn't even they don't take a listen to such sort of
I know. Because they tell you if you want to be rich, you have to learn to take risk. I'm going to be rich, but not too much risk. Thank you.
All right. We're due for a break, but let me tell you something. When we return from this break, we will be talking about some of the updates that came forward from the ongoing, or should I say, it's almost coming to an end, the Nigerian Energy Summit 2025 in Landmark Center in Lagos, and that's on the island of Lagos. We're going to break. When we return, the Minister of Power will be in our conversation, and updates will be also in our conversation regards electricity. You still have Benga, you still have Swift, and of course, I'm here with you. We're back in a moment. Just stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome once again to the program. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQNews TV. And I'm Oyin Priye Krumala. Before we went on the break, I did told you that when we return, we will be considering, or our conversation is rather going to go to the recently held, or will I say ongoing, Nigerian Energy Summit 2025, where the Minister of Power was there to address some issues that touches you and every other Nigerian. But you know what? We are going to add a twist to that. Before we entertain that conversation, we will be entertaining a different conversation, and that's a current program that is going on in the United States of America, and it is called the FII 9 Initiative. So before then, let me quickly read out that information. Riyadh is hosting the 9th Future Investment Initiative, where over 600 speakers and 20 world leaders are engaging in high-level discussions on sustainable growth and global prosperity, running from October 27th to 30th, which means today is the last day. The event is themed The Key to Prosperity, Unlocking New Frontiers of Growth. It was organized by the FII Institute. The summit tackles urgent global issues and such as climate change, inequality, and disruptive technology. Yasir Al-Rumayyan, the governor of Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, called on participants to use their influence and capital to drive inclusive and sustainable solutions. Major partnerships were unveiled involving firms like Guggenheim Investment, Barclays, and Saudi Electricity Company, which deals are focused on clean energy, innovation, and responsible investment, with over $250 billion in deals facilitated since inception. The FII continues to position itself as a key global platform, advancing not just capital growth, but human development and long-term prosperity. Joining us to have that conversation, Benga, I hope you can hear me clearly. So we have another guest who is joining us from the United States to give us an update on this FII 9 Initiative Summit. And his name is Patrick Basham. He's the director of the Democracy Institute. Patrick Basham, good morning to you. Welcome. Many thanks for joining us on the program.
Great to be with you. My pleasure. Great to be with you.
Great. Thank you very much. Today is the final day of the FII 9 engagement in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Could you bring us to speed on some of the happenings, some of the critical happenings that influence from this particular summit that have a direct or indirect connection with Africa and most especially Nigeria with regards to energy?
Sure. Well, the FII has become over these 9 years the #1 investment event in the world, so much so that there are a lot of policymakers, heads of government, heads of state here. This is where all of the top investors and innovators are. And that suggests that AI is going to have a major role in a conference such as this, which it does. So many of the speakers, so many of the sessions, so many of the topics explicitly about AI and how it cannot drive. Well, we know it's the future, but just will it or will not drive, positive growth, positive cultural development or not. But specifically in terms of Africa, the FAI has put out a report specifically on African youth, the potential for improvements in work, jobs, employment in the context of the AI revolution, and specifically looking at especially sub-Saharan Africa, whether AI and other technologies are in a position, will be in a position, can be leveraged by Africans to and allow sub-Saharan Africa in particular kind of leapfrog ahead and be a way of kind of catching up, you might say, maybe even getting ahead of certain parts of the rest of the world in order to develop the country's potential more fully. There's also been AI being part of the discussion about how to get more investment into Africa. And just yesterday, the Nigerian Minister of Investment, Senator Eno, I believe I may be mispronouncing his name, apologize if I am. The investment minister appeared, and it was an opportunity for him to sell Nigeria as an investment destination. And unfortunately, he blew it, in my opinion, because the lady from CNBC asked him, why would people invest in Nigeria? And he said a lot of necessary things about competitiveness and trade and things like that, but it wasn't in a position to package that argument in an attractive way to sort of put a stamp on it and branding Nigerian brand to say this is what makes us different, this is what makes us better. I mean, obviously, some work could be done there, but the world's attention through a conference like FII is very much on Africa, much more than it was just a few years ago. It's great concern and interest in Africa, both from a let's say humanitarian perspective, but also from an investment profit-making perspective. And I think that a combination of the wise application of technology and better marketing on the part of African governments themselves, including the Nigerian government, we could see more of that foreign investment money come to Africa, come to the likes of Nigeria, and start to sort of work its magic over the coming years.
Great, thank you very much. Now, I have more interest in the AI that you talked about. I see that you focused more on AI, and of course, indeed, Nigeria and Africa will need that to thrive. Recently, in Nigeria, I'm going to take you back to energy. Recently, the Minister of Power has been talking about recapitalization in the power industry, in energy here in Nigeria, because it needed to expand the financial capacity of the transmission companies and distribution companies so that they have the capital base and the robust capital requirement to be able to, facilitate investment. Whilst we're looking at AI and all the beauties in there, in what way do you think we can make a connection with that in Nigeria so that we can have something that will attend to the industrial needs of not only Nigeria, but Africa in its base? Or probably some of the conversation there that make references not only to clean energy, but also to the conventional domestic capacity that Africa has, Nigeria has, which should be explored for the parties, for both parties, the FII-9 initiative, and of course, for Africa and Nigeria.
You raise an extremely good question, extremely important question. And I think that energy power is part of certainly attractive, but hypothetically, it's attractive from an external investor perspective, right? Energy, sources of energy, physical infrastructure, all of these sort of fundamental elements of what makes an economy go, and particularly makes an economy go faster and further, right? But the question from what an investor's perspective is not whether, in a resource sense, it's potentially there. They recognize that it is in Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa. It's whether the challenges as a foreign investor overwhelm that physical potential. By that I mean that whether it's tax or regulation, or the legal system, the judicial system, whether it's political corruption, these are all elements that foreign investors take into account, which depending on the country, and I'm not saying these all apply to Nigeria, depending on the country, these are things that can be red flags, right? And of course, the flip side of that, that's the bad news. The good news is that if an African country has its governance in pretty good shape, the judicial system is fairly transparent, if property rights are respected, if taxes are reasonable, if regulation is light, it's not wrapping up, suffocating businesses in red tape, then the reality that power, energy, potential that you described, that reality can become a reality. The hypothetical can become a reality. But it's a case-by-case situation, a country-by-case, nation-by-nation judgment part of a foreign investor. But on paper, on principle, there's no reason why power, green energy cannot be a major force for good domestically in a country like Nigeria, and also a source of profit for foreign investors. So there's the potential for a win-win. We've got to look at the devils in the details, as it always is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Patrick, I have two colleagues here who are with me on the program. One is joining virtually and one is here with me in the studio. They would like to ask you a few questions with regards to the program currently ongoing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Yes, Swift.
Mr. Patrick, good morning. So my first question I want to ask you is, looking at from the perspective of an investor, what are the 3 things you would advise any foreign investor that is watching to invest in Nigeria? Then I also want to ask you, for people who want to participate, because there were some people who would have loved to participate in this conference, but they were unable to. How do they get to participate for the next one?
So you're asking about what I advise an investor when they were looking at Nigeria?
Yes, yes.
Question. Well, it's going to depend on what their sector preference is. Maybe they don't have one, but I would break it into 3 things. One, it would be the non-made in Africa side of it. It shows you the made in America side of it. That is what is happening, what has happened, what is happening, what's going to happen, what could we project about tariffs on the American side, right? This is now the elephant in the room. This is the new thing to come along that could be potentially very damaging, may not be. We don't know yet. It depends on the country. It depends on when things calm down on the American side, and we know exactly where things stand. So there's some hesitancy on the American side when it comes to investing in a country like Nigeria because of the tariffs, and in other African countries. The second areas I would break into legal and to economic. As I was touching on, situation in Nigeria, how does it compare with its neighbors, regional competitors in terms of protection of property rights, respect for the rule of law, how transparent is the judicial system, right? And then economically, financially, what's the tax structure? What's the regulatory regime? These are things that are going to really matter to investors. They're going to, this is what they look at, this is what they make the decisions based upon. So given all of the natural physical advantages that Nigeria has, including in human resources, there's much to attract, much to recommend to foreign investors. But they're going to need to dot the I's and cross the T's and do their due diligence on these specific aspects of running a business, investing in a business in Nigeria before taking that leap, or at least they should. And the second question, FII is not an inexpensive thing to be a part of, but it is live streamed. And so those who want to, so popular now, so much demand, it is live streamed on YouTube and elsewhere. There's an FII TV network that broadcasts interviews with speakers after they come off the stage over the course of 3 days. So what in archive form, anyone who's really interested, you can literally watch all 3 days programming, or they can watch specific they're interested in. It's pretty accessible, which is one of the things that makes it unique, considering the high level of attendees. It's not a top-down operation. It's pretty interactive, pretty democratic, but as democratic as one of these operations.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now, Benga, do you have any questions for Mr. Patrick Bashan?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Patrick, for your analysis. And your analysis speaks to what the Nigerian government in this current administration has been doing in clearing up the image and, of course, bringing the swamp in the institution to ensure that our tax laws and all the red tapes that are discouraging business are removed. But you said something earlier on that I wanted to elaborate upon, which is that you spoke to our Minister for Investment that though she spoke well, but she would have sold Nigeria better because for real, Nigeria is making a lot of giant strides right at the moment in terms of clearing up a lot of bad images. You know, you spoke about judiciary, you spoke about respect for property rights, you spoke also about our tax law, all of which the current administration is doing well in clearing the previous image we had about. But unfortunately, from what I get in your earlier conversation is that our representatives, Nigeria representatives, are not communicating that enough, even though they are trying their best. How how would you advise we go about getting this out in a proper manner that will be attractive to the foreign investors who want to come into Nigeria, to make them know that Nigeria has been properly reformed, to the extent that just last week we were removed from the FATF grade list for money laundering and other insecurity funding issues recently. So how do you advise that we communicate our message so that it can sound properly and well articulated for foreign investors?
Well, the bottom line, and a lot of people aren't comfortable with this, including policymakers, is that a nation, when you're talking about attracting foreign investment, a nation has to be viewed as a product, just like a product on the supermarket shelf or a product in the Apple Store, right? So you have to decide as a government, what's our advantage? What is it that we offer that others don't, that we offer better, or a better way? Maybe there's more than one thing, but we have to decide what it is we're selling. What is the 1, 2, 3 things? What's the branding we're putting on Nigeria? What is it that's going to make the rest of the world, investors, pay attention, number one, and two, actually want to commit? What's going to seal the deal for us, right? So you have to look at it as a sales project, as a marketing project. You have to realize that you're selling a story. Doesn't mean, because it's a story, doesn't mean it's not true. But you're telling a story about your country, about its attractiveness, its potential, its people, its culture. Not simply about numbers. It's about a vibe. Just like here in Saudi Arabia, the vibe is entrepreneurial and positive and gung-ho. That doesn't apply everywhere. At least, doesn't apply as much in America as it used to. Hey, if that applies in Nigeria, that's going to be part of the messaging, right? So this is good old-fashioned marketing and salesmanship, but it has to be done, obviously, with 21st century technology and all the bells and whistles. But now it's a major effort. It requires a major project, a major campaign. It means a lot of people, capital involved. It means a lot of people, a lot of money. And so governments say, well, that's really expensive. I just thought, well, I could just say we're more competitive and we have an educated workforce, lots of young people, that would work. Well, guess what? That's what every other African country says. And so the investment manager of Nigeria blew an opportunity yesterday, not because they're a bad person or because they're incompetent. They just obviously are not equipped. It's a different skill set when you're actually selling a nation to the world, and then recognizing you're competing with your neighbors and your regional partners in some degree. So it's expensive, takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time, but the potential payoffs are limitless.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, when we're completely done with this, Mr. Patrick Basham, we will be expecting you back again so we can have this conversation maybe next week, so we can have more conversation and look at other prospective areas that Nigeria can be opened up to the United States or to any other organization, most especially with the FII-9. Thank you so much for your time with us on the program this morning.
I look forward to being my great friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick.
Excellent. Now, we just have to continue. Going back to what I said before we went on that break, before we had Mr. Basham join us on the program, and that's electricity installation and the recently, the ongoing, I would like to say, concluded Nigerian Energy Summit. This is what's up. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has expressed concern over the growing shortage of trained technicians in Nigeria's power sector, revealing that over 400,000 imported meters remain uninstalled due to lack of certified personnel. He made the disclosure at the ongoing Nigerian Energy Conference in Lagos, stressing the urgent need to develop local technical capacity. According to the minister, out of the 500,000 power meters imported last month, which is in September, fewer than 100,000 have been successfully installed. The situation, he said, highlights a major human capacity gap that threatens the effectiveness of the country's metering drive. Without urgent action, Nigeria's goal of bridging the metering gap and improving power distribution could suffer major setbacks. Adelabu emphasized the importance of creating a robust certification and training program for meter installers across the country. He added that building a pool of qualified local technicians would not only ensure speedy installations, but also support job creation and sustainable growth in the electricity sector. Now, the question is, 500,000 that were imported, about less than 100,000 had been installed. We have 400,000 still remaining. And the minister is pointing to the lack of human capacity or technicians, qualified and certified technicians who are not available. Is that the reason why we do not have 400,000 of those meters with regards to meter coverage in the country installed? Is that the singular reason? I believe also that there's a place for training and rules responsibility,
which is critical, yes.
Which is very, very critical. But however, who are those that installed the 100,000?
Bam!
Who are those that installed the 100,000? Okay, so Benga, you want to
before you talk to
Benga, just a moment. Swift is reaching to speak on this matter.
I need to talk on this matter.
Before Swift starts, I want to let us know that we just have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
Yes.
I'll be very quick.
So that we can go around this conversation
the first
before we
question
call
I want
it
to ask the minister is, I'm a person that goes for training. I believe that training is critical and that's very important. But the next question we're going to ask the minister was, when there were electric meters that were imported and then the government said all the old meters should be phased out and free electric meters should be given out, there were videos of different electrical companies. There was one that was somewhere after Ajao around Lekki where the meters were left under the rain and they refused to install them because they preferred to be going from house to house to collect money.
The new meters?
No, not the new. You know, there was one phase that came before there's a new meters that just came 2 years ago. The one of the 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It was me beating under the rain during President Goodluck Jonathan's time. They wanted to give out free meters. They were in their office being beaten by rain. Was it the same lack of manpower that did that to them, or it was sabotage?
But the minister will say that he was not even under government employment during that administration.
I had the privilege of installing a meter this year, and I know what I went through. My meter was faulty last year, February. It took about 8 months. It took me 3 to 4 months to be able to go on the site. I was told, once you go on the site, it's seamless. Every time I go on the site, it hangs. In fact, they even invited me to a co-electric that I should come and sit there. That if I sit there in their office with internet and all that, my own internet, and it kept hanging at the same place. What now happened was somebody else came to meet me and had a conversation with me. Now this is critical. That look, madam, you will just be here. And I met so many other people who wanted new meters who were there. Some people, one man said he has been trying to download and get on this thing for 6 months. And they said, madam, you will just be here. There's somebody that can, just pay a little bit of this and the person will go online. And true be it, in 2 weeks, that person went online and got it and got my meter and I paid. So this sabotage, this talking of installing of meters, is it that people are not applying? Because if I go to a co-electric and I go to a lot of places, I think I will meet over 10 to 20 people who are trying to apply for meters, who it is hanging until some people, you need to sort people to help you go and like jam, you need to go and do something. So the question is it that they are not hands, or is it that they are being sabotaged? That's the question, because I was sabotaged. I had to pay almost 70,000 naira for somebody to help me go on a site. That's my question.
To get the meter.
To get a meter, minus paying 200 and something thousand for the meter. Then when it now came to time of installation, they sent me somebody to come and install, and the person told me I would have to buy cables. Now, not normal cable. By the time they pick the cable from the meter to my house, by the time they do the wiring, if I have the breakdown here, I had to spend almost 175,000 naira for the wires, the high-branded wires and all that, to pick that thing from the meter pole to my house.
Okay.
So how many people, by the time you have spent 250,000 naira to buy a meter, you have settled somebody, let's say you didn't pay as much as me, 75, 20 or 30,000. How many people now have another 175,000 naira to pay for wiring to come to your house? These are the things that the minister needs to consider, why a lot of people have decided, well, let me just be doing postpaid. They come to my house, they give me a bill and I settle them.
Great. Oluwagbenga, your perspective in this issue.
While I agree that there is a room for sabotage and there is sabotage in a whole lot, and it is one of the reasons why you must give it to Lagos State government. Lagos State government was so able to drain the swamp, digitize a lot of its system, and therefore a lot of things you want to do with Lagos State government. EKEDC is not Lagos State government, so don't get it twisted when I say Lagos State government and then be adding them together. You see that you get a lot of things done more seamlessly because they are able to handle those internal saboteurs and they are everywhere. Don't forget that these internal saboteurs in what do you call it, where we collect our international passports, Nigerian immigration, that made it impossible. We had a Minister of Interior for 8 years and nothing was done, but the Minister of Interior came and in less than 1 year, he said all the backlog of the passports that we had. But on this issue, let's focus on the complaint by the minister, which is the lack of manpower. You see, lack of manpower is something that Nigeria needs to do a whole lot about. And that is why I had to reiterate that question to Patrick earlier on how our ministers should communicate the Nigerian ideas and ideals to the outer world. And if you listen to Patrick's response, you will understand he said that these people blew the opportunity to sell Nigeria properly, not because they are bad persons, not because they don't know what they are doing, but because it is a different kettle of fish entirely where you need professionals to sell your country. So how do I marry this to this issue that we are talking about? Is that for a long time, we have demonized those who went to college of technical colleges, you know, those who learn handiwork, artisans, and all the rest. We have made them feel like they are the lowest in the rung of the social class, and we are focused more on getting a BSc or an HND, even if it's more of a BSc than, you know, raising people who will learn the job. Then with the advent of internet fraud and Yahoo and all the rest, that exacerbated the situation whereby even the few people who are learning trade are no longer patient enough because they know the society celebrates people who bring money, irrespective of how they brought the money. And if you learn trade, you will have to wait a certain period of time to learn the trade, a certain period of time to build your base, and then to start earning money. And that patience is not there for the younger one. And that manpower shortage is not only in the power sector alone, it is in almost every sector. There is hardly any, you know, before you can get a good plumber who will help you plumb your water pipe and all the rest in the house in Nigeria now, I mean, it takes a lot of work. There is actual shortage of AC installers. Name all the, even bricklayers. Do you know that Nigerians go to Republic of Benin? If you want to build your house properly and you want your house to look standard, you have to go to Republic of Benin to bring tile installers, to bring POP installers, to bring those who will do your screeding and it will look neat. And so the minister is very correct in talking about shortage of manpower, because you see this internal sabotage too, because there is shortage of manpower, somebody can easily say, you know, even if I do this, nothing that will do me, because if they sack me, nobody is there to replace me. But if there is a lot of manpower that once they sack you today, they can replace somebody, they can replace you in the next 1 hour, you will sit tight. You know, so all those things add together. And how do we solve this issue? One, government needs to go back into proper funding of our technical colleges. Then government needs to, through the National Orientation Agency, do a lot of reorientation, try to make learning a trade and handiwork become more attractive to the young ones, because we will not stop, we will not be able to fill that deficit, that manpower deficit, if people's mindset towards learning artisanal trade is still that I'll be looked down upon in the society, I don't matter in the society. So we need to make people fall in love with learning trade. And the other thing we also need to do is that all this age barrier that we put on learning of trade, like when the Nigerian Directorate of Employment wants to do learning of it, they will say maybe from 18 years old to 26.
All right.
In some lucky cases, they will say from 18-year-old to 40. And we need to remove all those barriers so that even if it is a retiree that is 50 years old that want to learn new trades to keep him or herself busy, they will add to the manpower pool. Now, those ones can now be working on contract basis because they are past retirement age or something, but at least it will help the manpower pool. And to summarize, proper communication to the people to make learning artisan or handwork attractive, and also removing age barrier to learning anything sponsored by the government. And then the government itself needs to drain the swamp of internal saboteurs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before you run away, I know statistics shows that in the next 5 to 10 years, the new set of millionaires will be plumbers, electricians, handymen, because it is now showing that a lot of these places, there are deficits. Now, not only in Nigeria, in the diaspora, in America, in US, and so it is now critical that our government needs to face it. That's why there was a time when the government was talking about the technical school, how the education is going to be free and they're going to pay them a stipend. We're on this table when we talked about it. That's a very good initiative from the Tinubu administration, because in the next, like he said, they are now bringing people in from Republic of Benin to do POPs. And if you noticed, on the island, most POPs are falling down now. So it means that what our guys were doing back in the day that made the POPs not to fall. I'm not dissing anybody, but it just shows that we need to start to train our people again. All right.
Yeah, well, in wrapping up, we know that the nationwide metering coverage program that the government, it's been a challenge that the government has been trying to solve since time immemorial. And we've made marginal progress, but it doesn't look like we've covered it. And this opportunity, or will I call it an opportunity, or this suggestion by the minister, implies that both the discos and the transmission company will have to liaise with the vocational training institutes in order to provide a solution to this. And of course, the minister also pointed out some other thing. Discos do not seem to have the much required liquidity or the capital to really up the ante of their activities and their functions in the system. And that's why he was suggesting the recapitalization of discos in recent reviews and the reform. Remember, if power is fixed, then we know that we are moving more closer and closer to our needs of industrialization. And lastly, we need to have those who need to be trained for this so that they can be trained, and we move them away from the unemployment market to the employed market. And for private participants in the sector, we'll be looking at this. This could be a part for investment also that will pay off. On that note, we've come to the end of the program. We're drawing the curtain right here on SOUQ Business Landscape. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. I want to say another thank you again to Benga, whom we always drag earlier up from his bed into the studio, though virtually. Thank you so much, Oluwag Benga, for your time with us today.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Like I always tell you, be Nigerian, be Africa. Think Nigerian and think African. Have a beautiful day. My name is Swift Aderito. See you when we do this again.
Bye for now.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. We see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. the country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse vast collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns, and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. Photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. That would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. That we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmers, staff, and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by, leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in a comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as 16 over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable Complaint, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test, ACTs are being used. Lagos making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just skip through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMB says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, My Shemens. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for SOLTA. We're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria control. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. And all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot give the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the Renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, Amen, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent care facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facility for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consultative efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive, and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Negative, in line with the low prevalence prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charting course to elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the health ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine in Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, it was replenished with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we could say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you are doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Nets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. And I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I take your indulgence?
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. Between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-admission and the sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, a set of choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. and spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, they're sharing love together now. I can see you and you, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see it. Brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQNews TV.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011, and they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning, but I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed, consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify their comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize and generate revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee. representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill So when it become act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my concern is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, what you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country, but could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the birth rate. Increase in the birth rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to birth rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said birth rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all battable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated, internally and of course the one for custom. They put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Previously. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area. not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The solution is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education has been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions, and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all the developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend universities or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFOM to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that needs to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing a transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I find my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also need to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQNews TV. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Now let's begin. Nigeria has commenced the export of local manufactured solar panels to Ghana, marking a significant milestone in the country's renewable energy journey. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, made this known on Tuesday at the Nigerian Energy Exhibition and Conference 2025 in Lagos. Adelabo described the development as a proof of Nigeria's growing capacity in sustainable energy production, emphasizing the need to scale such initiatives to meet both domestic and regional demand. He noted that the country is beginning to reap the benefits of years of investments in local solar manufacturing and innovation. He added that while government funding alone cannot meet the nation's power needs, private sector participation is critical for expanding infrastructure, attracting investments, and unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's renewable energy sector. The minister reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to creating an enabling environment for clean energy growth and regional energy trade. Now, the managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho, has emphasized the agency's most valuable asset is its human capital, not just infrastructure or technology. He made this remark in a statement issued on Tuesday following the celebration of the maiden National Mentoring Day held at the NPA headquarters in the commercial city of Lagos, represented by the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Vivian Richard Edet. Dansoho highlighted the agency's commitment to nurturing future leaders, promoting knowledge sharing, and fostering a culture of continuous learning. He said the event underscores NPA's strategic focus on professional development and long-term institutional growth. Dansoho described the mentoring initiative as a significant milestone in aligning the NPA's internal development strategy with global best practices. He urged staff to embrace mentorship as a critical tool for leadership transition and capacity building, reaffirming the agency's dedication to investing in its workforce as a driver of national maritime progress. Now, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegbile Oyetola, has emphasized that a thriving blue economy is unattainable without an efficient, integrated logistics and transport infrastructure. He noted that the maritime sector's transformation is central to unlocking Nigeria's economic potential through sustainable ocean-based activities. Speaking at the 2025 Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria Conference in Lagos, Oyetola reiterated the government's commitment to port modernization, automation, and digitalization. He said achieving a paperless technology-driven port environment is a strategic priority to reduce vessel turnaround time, eliminate manual bottlenecks, and curb systemic corruption. According to the minister, collaboration between the public and private stakeholders is key to delivering a seamless logistics ecosystem capable of supporting trade competitiveness, job creation, and environmental sustainability. He stressed that the current administration is determined to position Nigeria as a maritime hub in West Africa by also investing in digital infrastructure and regulatory reforms that promote transparency and efficiency across the transport value chain. Now, global commodity prices are expected to decline for a fourth consecutive year, reaching their lowest point since 2020 by 2026. The World Bank Group said on Wednesday that the international financial institution projects a 7% drop in prices in both 2025 and 2026, attributing the sustained fall to sluggish global economic growth, an expanding oil surplus, and continued policy uncertainty. Energy prices, particularly oil and natural gas, are forecast to lead the decline, contributing to easing global inflationary pressures. In the agricultural sector, reduced prices for rice and wheat are already improving food affordability in several developing economies, offering some relief amid high living costs. However, the World Bank noted that despite ongoing downtrend, overall commodity prices remain elevated compared to pre-pandemic levels. Prices in 2025 and 2026 are expected to stay at 23% and 14% higher, respectively, than in 2019. The report signals cautious optimism for global markets, especially for commodity importing nations. Now, United States President Donald Trump has described his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Boston as amazing and rated it a 12 out of 10 following the announcement of a tentative trade agreement aimed at easing tensions between the world's two largest economies. The deal unveiled on Thursday includes key concessions from both parties. China is set to resume purchases of U.S. soybeans and suspend rare earth export restrictions for 1 year, while the United States will reduce tariffs on Chinese imports by 10%. Despite the positive tone, analysts view the outcome as a temporary truce rather than a full resolution. The agreement essentially reverts relations to their pre-escalation state before Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariffs sparked a retaliatory trade war. Many of the roots issues such as intellectual property concerns, tech transfer, and broader geopolitical rivalry remain unaddressed. Observers caution that while the tone has improved, the structural rift in U.S.-China economic relations persists. Now, thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazaar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at solving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria. where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner-owned.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Now, Africa's cities are expanding at a pace unmatched by infrastructure development, with over 70% of urban growth happening in the informal settlement. Yet, transport systems remain inefficient, poorly connected, and dependent on imported models that rarely suit local realities. From endless traffic in Lagos to fragmented bus network in Nairobi and Accra, and the continent faces the mobility crisis that stifles productivity, deepens inequality, and accelerates environmental degradation. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have the ever gentleman, Onyepriye Kumale.
Hello,
so glad to have you. Hello, Priye.
Hi. Okay, so we are talking about building smart cities, cities that can put us on the same pedestal with what is obtainable in the more developed climes.
Yes.
When we talk about the more developed climes, I seem
Europe.
much more envious. Europe, yes, but I seem much more envious of China, that has both the technology and the wherewithal to build not only skyscrapers but also build highways in the air,
bullet trains,
you just name it. So, but what we are delving towards is to, most of the time when we start talking about even building road infrastructure and building some very, very high-techy skyscrapers, if you go to Eco Atlantic or you go to most African capitals in different African countries, you see that it is scarce, except probably our guest, since he's been joining us from South Africa, will tend to look at the South African space to see how scarce it is for us to have local organization engaged in the design, in the fabrication, and also in the deployment and use of local crude technology that was developed for that purpose. So even though we have multinationals who are building our roads, who are building our skyscrapers, who are building some of our government facilities and infrastructure, we must have learned from them by way of their collaboration with some of our domestic organizations or companies. Then there would have been a transfer of technology in the course of that, then, domesticating that technology and using it, to suit our local realities, because it burdens me when we have to still give most of these contracts out to multinationals and to other organizations who are not, domiciled. Even though they are domiciled, they are not local, they are not domestic. So when we have things like that, the loss of money, because we don't retain that finances by way of the budget, it's taken out. The capital flight is humongous. And if Africa, with regards to the 2060 or the 2063, I think it's the 2060 Africa agenda, if we are to follow that, then we need to start thinking, domesticating some of the technologies that we've got, and within this specific case, building cities. Because when we talk about building cities, whenever it is the rainy season, it's not a palatable story.
Well, to be fair, other countries are having their own fair share of flood, hurricanes, and the rest. I mean, Jamaica also. But one of the things I always ponder is the technology or the skill, like you say. First of all, we need to develop that skill. Do we really have it in Nigeria? Most of the time we bring
not in sufficient capacity.
Most of the time we bring in expatriates, and even the ones that have been trained here, somehow, maybe because of where they find themselves, the situation, they tend to go outside the country, for greener pastures or to better themselves and their families, and they take jobs outside the country. So we don't really have them much here. So we really need to look at that also, human capital. When we talk about, infrastructure, basically, do have the human capital rather, to make sure that we can actually do this, not just, bringing people from China or the rest of them and saying, oh, come and do this.
China is building your railways. They build railways in Nigeria, in Kenya, you just name another African country.
I think we need to move forward than that. Now, this episode of Just Africa investigates how local innovations, data-driven planning, and community-centered transport design can transform urban living. Our objective is to uncover how homegrown knowledge supported by tools like agent-based modeling, artificial intelligence, and simulation-based transport system can build inclusive, resilient, and people-centered African cities. We're going on a short break. Our guest is on standby, and when we come back, we'll in him. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Don't forget to like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQNews TV. Now, today's topic centers around building African cities with local innovation and transport. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Dr. Obiora Nene, a senior lecturer on the Department of Civil Engineering, University of Cape Town. Now, Dr. Obiora Nene is a transport system expert, a lecturer at the University of Cape Town. She brings extensive research and policy experience in sustainable mobility and engineering design, with insights from his work on transport simulation models and urban policy design. He will help us explore how to localize innovation, strengthen city governance, and expand access to safe, affordable, and efficient mobility. So glad to have you, Dr. Obiora Nene.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone in the studio, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Now, Dr. Nene, what defines the transport crisis in Africa's rapidly urbanizing city today, and how did we actually get here?
I'll start by saying that urbanization and the rapid urbanization in Africa is at the heart of the transport crisis. I think it's not helped by the poor or inadequate investment in transport infrastructure and transport systems across the continent. Basically, when there is an influx of people into urban centers, that comes with growing needs for travel and other aspects of life. In terms of transport, travel demand grows as with people moving into city centers. And so the government should be responsive, other institutional stakeholders should be responsive to understand the needs of the travel needs of the population and invest adequately, to supply the infrastructure and other systems that is required to address the mobility needs that come out of urbanization. For your question, I'd say that rapid urbanization is at the center of it, but very importantly, we have the case that we are not investing as much as we should rapidly enough to address this situation.
All right, so when you say we're not investing enough, is it Africa? Is it national, subnational, nation, states? Can you please elucidate more?
Very much. I think that transport is a social good. It's a need of everyone in society. So governments and institutions at the national and subnational level should absolutely invest in transport. There's a role for the national government to play. There's also a role for the state governments or the regional governments to play in addressing the specific transport needs of the society. And so what we have in Africa is that the sector is often overlooked and left to the private sector, and what we then have is, given the fact that transport actually requires hefty investments, we then see the private sector providing ad hoc solutions, to transport. The fact being that the levels of investment required actually exceeds just me buying a vehicle and putting it on the road. There is a lot of planning that should go into planning or providing efficient transport services to make the services attractive, to make them affordable. There's quite a lot of planning, there's quite a lot of engineering, implementation that goes into these things, that we can't just relegate it to an ad hoc service that is provided by anyone who can afford a vehicle. Okay? There is regulation that should come with it as well from the policy and institutional side of these things. And so when you put all these things together, you understand that it actually requires all hands on deck from stakeholders at both the national, subnational, even at the community level. We should all be contributing to the successful running or supply provision of transport services.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nene Obiora. First of all, I'm glad that you are a Nigerian lecturing in one of the advanced African economies in the world, South Africa, because notwithstanding the fact that South African economy is big, when we talk about industrialization and we talk about advanced nations to a certain level, notwithstanding the way we have been tagged, third world countries, we know South Africa is not doing badly. But I needed to talk to us as a civil engineer. What do we think when we start talking about utilizing local ideas in planning cities that are competitive, that have a nose for industrialization, even if we are not as industrialized as we think we are, but future-wise, we know where we are going to, the industrial drive. When we talk about planning these cities, what do you think the African leader should put into consideration and cause it to reflect in the way the landscape of these cities are planned and executed?
Well, that's a very good question. I think we must start to think from a policy point of view and an institutional point of view. Because creating an environment, an enabling environment for innovation to thrive is as important as innovation itself. Okay, so when we think about innovating or innovation that drives the growth of cities. I think it starts with us thinking, how can we create an environment that supports this innovation? Once that is addressed, then I believe that there is no shortage of innovation on the African continent. In cities across the continent, you find innovation that is being expressed by people, by companies, by entities, that try to solve problems around building the city. I think that to a large extent, the unregulated nature of our societies, of many of our cities, the way we have, again, like I said, an ad hoc approach to almost everything makes it seem like we can't solve our problems. We can't build cities, competitive cities. We can't build cities that reflect, the future that we all know about, as you have rightly said. But I do think that we must think as leaders, as those who influence society, we must think on how we can create this enabling environment. If I'll speak to transport, which is my expertise, we look across different cities and we see elements of innovation happening across. Lagos being a prime example with the BRT lights that's in the city of Lagos. I think that is one case where in many forums where I attend these days, when I attend workshops and conferences, I see that case of the BRT in Lagos being used as an example of innovation. Innovation in the sense that we can actually implement a low-cost BRT system without having to invest as heavily as many other examples of bus rapid transit across the globe. That is quite resource intensive in terms of infrastructure provision and other requirements. In Lagos, a streamlined case of the BRT is implemented, and it's found to be efficient. Of course, it has its issues, but it's a prime example of the case where, as Africans, we can sit and think through our problems and develop context-driven cases, context-driven solutions that prime us for these cities of the future, cities that ensure livability, cities that ensure that every member of society feels like their well-being is secured in the city, and so that's my perspective on this. Okay. We have innovation, but an enabling environment must be created, be it economic, be it on other different from other different perspectives, allowing this innovation to thrive, encouraging those who express this innovation, investing in skill acquisition, capacity building, and other aspects of our endeavor that will encourage innovation. Once that is done, once that environment is created, I believe African cities will be the better for it. There will be significant transformation in very little time.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Obiora. Oh, okay, so sorry I needed to butt in here again. Now, when my colleague was asking his second question or his first question, it made reference to subnational governments in the continent of Africa and how it has become their own responsibility to look at the economic landscape of their state to make sure that in their budgetary allocation, they tailor allocation of funds to the building of cities. And we know that the Ministry of Infrastructure, Road, Ministry of Works, has saddled with the responsibility of doing this. And we have also seen that in Lagos, like you rightly referenced, and I am sure in Johannesburg, Cairo, and in Nairobi, you've seen that most of the cities that has a face for development and infrastructural development attract businesses, attract lots of population of people, attract, you just name it, even those are the prime destinations for multinationals. But apart from the central government, we don't see subnational government taking this initiative. What do you think is the challenge? Is it funds, or is it ideas and leadership that they lack at that level of governance?
Thank you. Another very good question. I think that we must start to, at the subnational level, like you said, we must start to think of transport as a problem of society.
Okay.
We have always had this approach to transport where we just think of, we will supply buses, or we would, we never think of the layers of transport and how it affects the everyday life of citizens. Okay, if I can't get to my destination, it impacts me negatively. If I can't get to my next activity, it impacts me. It detracts from my productivity as a member of society, And if we look at it at the level of the population, then you see that there can be losses. Like you said, cities where these things are considered, cities where there is thought given to how these cities grow, what sort of infrastructure is provided, the livability of the city and all of that, they tend to attract tourism, they attract other economic opportunities that lead to a net benefit or a net growth of the society. And so at the level of the states must start to think, and regional governments must start to think that transport is also our responsibility. Investment must start to be made, and I'm talking about quality investment in improving transport, because transport has many other co-benefits that it brings to the state. We must put in place, like you said, faces or people who have at the heart of what they do, this passion to grow the transport sector. And once there is that goal and that drive, we absolutely will be able to find the resources, and by that I mean the human resources, the skills that is needed, to generate ideas that can improve our transport sector. It's not only about buses and congestion. It's not only about building roads. We must think about how efficiently our transport routes are run. Now, this is not a job for the national government. The national government is not going to plan your local transport services for you, okay? Investment must be given to planning local transport services and tying these to economic indicators for the city. Once we see the economic benefits, and indeed other benefits, for instance, people, the citizens of the state having better access to their opportunities, if we start to prioritize these things, then we would absolutely see the need to plan better transport services. And need I say that the budget allocations of states, at least in the context of Nigeria, must start to reflect this need to grow our transport sector, because there's a lot other benefits that accrues from it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Obiora. Let's look at the informal transport system. Now, in a country like Nigeria, for instance, we have the bus route transit, that's the BRT, we have the yellow bus, we have the white bus and the thereabout. And of course, we have the train also running through some certain routes. Now, but my question now is, informal transport operators, they dominate African mobility. How can they be formalized, without losing their flexibility or livelihood?
Thank you very much. I think that there has always been this thought about or this approach to what is known as the informal transport services, where governments always had this notion that we would someday scrap these services and replace them with shiny BRT services or rail services and things. But when it comes to Africa and the way we have set up our societies, you would find that the informal transport services play a very big role in moving people around daily. And so with this important role comes the need to formalize. For your question around formalization, rather than think of it as transforming them into formal systems, which indeed are not devoid of their problems when you explore different cities, global cities around the world, I think the approach should be what is being done right by these services, or what are the benefits and the positives of these services, what are their negatives, identifying ways then to eliminate or reduce, mitigate these negatives will strengthen the positives of our services. You talked about flexibility. That is one of the biggest strengths of the informal transport services. So can we retain this demand responsive approach to transport which they provide, while mitigating issues of safety, vehicular standards and emissions, pollution that comes from these services. So formalizing the service, I dare say, would require stakeholders coming together, the stakeholders being the operators of these services, but also the institutional stakeholders to come together and agree. I think that has been the bane of this issue of formalization. Well, it has always been the case that the issue is approached from a place of distrust, where the operators consider that we are going to be taken out of business. And once that's the case, we put up a defensive approach. For the institutional and the regulatory bodies, they have all focused on, we are going to scrap these services. If we tone down that approach and say, let's get together, sit together and identify how we can improve the services while not taking you out of business, rationalizing these services in such a way that we maximize their benefits, and then provide more efficient, more affordable, as well as safe services. That's very key, very important. Safe services. I believe that we would find somewhere in the middle between scrapping or rigid formalization and just allowing them run riots on our road. I think we would find something in the middle that actually works for our context. And it will be a win-win for our society, because people will not lose jobs. Rather, the sector will grow and offer the best of both worlds, if you think of it that way. So we must think about informal services from a complementary, how they can complement our existing services. And if the stakeholders are willing to sit together, then I believe we can find a solution.
All right, so what role can African universities and research institutions play, in shaping data-driven transport?
The university will be considered a base for growing knowledge, for capacity building. And so the key role we can play as universities will be to engage in activities that inform the improvement of these services, that create ideas on how we can actually improve the transport sector across African cities, but not just retain them within the four walls of the university. We must then engage with society so that there is so that the insights we grow, the knowledge and capacity we build can be transferred, to the stakeholders, as it were, to the operators, to regulators, to the policy, to experts in the policy space. We must then transfer this knowledge. So the role of the universities would really be to grow knowledge and then to disseminate knowledge that helps us grow and improve our transport sectors.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Obiora, I was looking at a document that talked about, referenced some of the most developed well-built cities in the continent of Africa. I know you already know them, but let me just quickly read them out, just a few of them. Some of the most developed cities in Africa include Johannesburg, Cape Town, Cairo, which is actually most times ranked highly for their economic activity, infrastructure, and development. You have Cairo in Egypt, Abuja in Nigeria, Nairobi in Kenya, Casablanca in Morocco, Durban in South Africa, Port Louis in Mauritius, and Kigali in Rwanda. I mean, those are good. Let me make this. Former President Muhammadu Buhari, in his administration, mooted an idea about movement within the continent of Africa, most especially through rail and through train. He talked about building one from Katsina in the northern part of Nigeria to Niger Republic. So the former president also of the African Development Bank, who is a Nigerian and a very, very certified industrialist and agriculturalist, Kinwumi, I think it's Kinwumi Adesina, also talked about the benefits that life hollow if the whole African continent, 54 countries coming to trade together and what we stand to gain. But without a formidable and well-structured transportation system that can navigate most African countries, even if it's just the West African region or the South African region, without this transportation system in place or road networks or infrastructure, we are not going to get anywhere with that agenda. Do you buy the same, do you buy that assertion? And how can African countries, you know, under the umbrella of African Union, start this conversation and give it the conscious intention for us to actualize it?
Very much. Yes, I absolutely buy that argument or that position. I am fully in support of the idea that transport supports socio-economic growth. It supports integration. If we talk about trade, if we talk about regional integration, there's no way we can achieve that without efficient, well-run transport systems. And it is across different modes of transport. It is across the rail, across the road-based transport as well, passenger transport, freight, and all of that. There must be a concerted effort to invest. If you think about it, infrastructure is one aspect of transport. And so in transport engineering, we focus on the provision of infrastructure, designing safe infrastructure, implementing projects, or projects that bring these infrastructure to bear. But we must also think about the system side of it, where we then manage the use of these infrastructure, where we manage the economics around this infrastructure to ensure that it is operating at capacity and at the levels which will bring about economic growth. Like I have spoken to the strength of transport in allowing people get to their activities. If we thought about it from a trade perspective, we can't bring the goods from one country into the other without well-run, efficient transport infrastructure and systems. So I absolutely am of the opinion, I support that position, that transport is at the heart of it. Maritime transport, other modes of transport. There must be a concerted effort across the continent, not just within one country. If Nigeria fixes its transport systems and it has all this very good infrastructure, or the cities you have mentioned in South Africa, in Rwanda, and all of that, if those remain at the local to the countries or internal to the countries without projecting towards other countries and other regions, then we will not maximize the potential that we can from trade. Okay, so from that perspective, I totally agree that we must invest in transport to maximize the economic outcomes for the continent.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. You know, the reason most times when we mention this issue, experts will tell you there are different reasons. There's lack of political will, the political differences, or the political leanings by African countries to those to their alliances in Europe. Could be part of the bottleneck or the challenges that will make them to have a concerted effort to develop transport infrastructure within the continent. In Europe, not all European countries are all together, but there's transportation networks connecting different European countries and facilitate trade from one country to the other in Europe, and that is making Europe to develop. We had somebody who sat here, we were speaking to him, he's a Ghanaian, and he said he paid 1,500 naira for airfare just to transport himself via plane from Ghana to Nigeria, and that's more than 1.5 million naira. I mean, why? Okay, so what are the challenges that you think you've noticed that Africa countries cannot come to an agreement regarding collective infrastructure development? What's hindering them?
Thank you very much. By the way, I've experienced the high fares flying from Accra to Lagos as well. So it boggles the mind sometimes. I'll go at it this way. Of course, the airlines currently, in the way it is set up, there is need for profitability and things and all of that. I was having a conversation last week with an expert in one of the airlines, local airlines here, and they said to me that profit and the demand sometimes doesn't support, the reduction on these fares and things like that. But I think that is where the institutions and the governments must step in. It's time for us to define what our basic minimum should be. Like you mentioned the case of Europe. There is definitely not all European countries in the EU. There are other countries that are independent of the EU. But the one thing you observe is visiting these countries, irrespective of what unions they belong to and things, there is a basic minimum to say infrastructure will be provided, adequate infrastructure, efficient infrastructure, it will be managed correctly. I think that we must come to that place where we say that the next time we see that a pothole on the road or gullies on our road, or large swaths of area of our land where people cannot access, people can't move their goods easily to, I think we must come to that place as Africa, as governments in Africa, where we say, no, this will not be our basic minimum. This will not be at the lowest bar we would have. Once we have that mindset, then we will start, it triggers this thing where we either start investing in infrastructure, where we start providing the infrastructure that is required, or we source the means, the collaborative efforts, the engagement with the international agencies and international funding agencies, source those funds and use those funds adequately and as planned. If we define this minimum where we say potholes will not exist, I think we can do it. It's the case where for now we devolve it to it's the responsibility of the national government, it's the responsibility of the state government. Allocations or budgetary allocations are not used as they should. We can do it. We don't need 40 years, 50 years to build one road. We see examples in China, in other parts of the world, where infrastructure is completed on time, within budget, So we must adopt an approach, adopt this approach that says we cannot carry on with the status quo. The status quo is we spend 10 years building one road, 20 years developing a train service, and at the end of the day, we commission one bit of it, one section of it, and the others are left to lie fallow. We cannot continue this way if we indeed want to achieve these lofty visions you have laid out of regional cooperation, maximization of trade and potential. So I challenge the stakeholders, institutional stakeholders, to say that our infrastructure can be better. We just need to use the resources right. We just need to have the right skills in the right places. Let's move away from the talk. We talk quite a bit. It's not about talking up the storm. Let us go about implementing these ideas, these great ideas that already exist. And I believe it will transform our infrastructure.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Nene. So if I may ask you, I know you're in South Africa. Which city models do you think other African nations can emulate in terms of local transport infrastructure?
I think your colleague already pointed out some of the cities. I think...
I mean, in your own opinion.
Yeah, okay. So in my opinion, the minibus taxi system in South Africa can be, there are lessons that can be learned there from the point of view of setting a minimum bar in terms of vehicle quality. It's a challenge when I look at quite a number of African cities, Lagos being one of them, of the quality of vehicles that we have providing services. Recently we had some visitors from Maputo in Mozambique, and they were stunned at the level or the quality of the buses with which informal services are provided in Cape Town. I think that is something we can learn from. But then looking at a case, the BRT I mentioned in Lagos, where you don't have to invest so much in segregating your lanes if you wanted to provide a BRT service. Just providing those low-cost barriers, but very effective, I think already saved quite a bit of costs. So I think that if you actually look and study the different transport services across different cities, there is something to learn from it. I'm not saying Cape Town or South Africa has all the solutions, or that the Lagos BRT has its solutions. There are always positives and negatives. But if you study every system, in Kenya, I know that they run their public transport, their informal services through cooperatives. So these sort of cooperatives also allow the owners or the operators to band together and have one voice in negotiating and getting some of the things, accessing some of addressing some of the needs that come up in the provision of these services. So my advice would be study each service in different cities. There are unique features that can be borrowed and then imbibed to come up with what is an efficient transport service for Africa.
All right, so what institutional reforms do you believe are necessary for simulation tools to be adopted at policy and planning levels?
I happen to have practiced in civil engineering, road construction, design and construction in Nigeria before I actually moved over to South Africa. It's the requirement that if you're going to construct a road, after tenders have been done and contracts awarded, it is the requirement that you must do an environmental impact assessment, transport impact assessments must be done before we go about construction of roads, right? Of railway and provision of infrastructure. There have to be designs that are done and certified or signed off by qualified engineers. When it comes to the transport planning side of things, these studies must also be done. I've said it a few times in this interview that it's not just about putting a bus on the road. We must go out and estimate what the travel demand looks like. We must go out and forecast what will the growth of travel demand look like going into the future. only then can we say we are planning for transport services. So from an institutional reform perspective and some of the things that must change, our ad hoc approach to transport services or service provision needs to change. And this is where planning and indeed some of the tools, the simulation tools and the simulation models, that is what they are for. They help us to understand at a micro level, at the planning stage, what some of these indices or some of these, what the demand for transport looks like going into the future. Only when we are able to quantify them, I admit they are not perfect, but they give us a good basis upon which planning can be done. We can't say that we've got 5 million people in a city, for instance, and we have no clue around how many trips are made daily, how many trips are made annually. So if you don't know these, what are you planning for? In the engineering side of things, it is because we know the length of the road. It's because we know what the terrain is. We know what the environmental impacts of that infrastructure is. Then can we budget around it? Okay, so it's not about providing 100 CNG buses. How much demand will 100 CNG buses address? We must put proper planning structures in place. That is one key reform that needs to be done before we go about providing transport interventions. I think, that's my response to that. There's also, of course, issues around budgeting and issues around investments in the sector and how the sector is regulated. So there's all sorts of institutional reforms that needs to happen. But I say where it starts from is we start to look at transport from first we plan before we build. First we plan before we provide the services. What kind of service do we need to provide? What does it require from a resource point of view, from the point of view of technologies? What technologies do we require? For instance, to communicate our timetables to the people who will use it, to communicate the timetables to the trade, to the companies, that need these services to move their goods and services around. So there's a whole lot of things: technology, planning, the regulatory aspect is actually another very big one. All of these, I believe, require reform in one way or the other for us to get to this dream of moving people around in attractive services that are affordable, increasing accessibility within our cities, and improving in general the well-being of our citizens.
All right, lastly, another issue that normally happens, I think, here in Nigeria, maybe some other countries, is project completion, especially when it has to do with infrastructure, local transport. We see a situation whereby they launch a very huge, humongous, capital-extensive infrastructure, and maybe 2 years, 3 years down the drain, it's suspended or it's halted. How can we address this? Because and then again, another government would come in and maybe he might pick up from there or not. He might start his own. So how do we, so that we don't just waste money, because this runs into different budgets?
I think that there is no shortage of suggestions and ideas on how we can how we can address what you are talking about. But I think at the end of the day, is there a will to do these things? We know that we cannot continue to plan for infrastructure by political timelines. Okay, it shouldn't be based on 4-year election cycles or 5 years in the countries, where their election cycles are 5 years. These things have to be drawn along policy lines that exceed or extend, political cycles. What we need will then be mechanisms to make it binding, that the next government will pick up from where the previous stops, that there is accountability around how the budgets, how the resources are deployed, that we ensure that Because another aspect is bringing in, for instance, a contractor who doesn't have the capacity, to deliver the project, and you end up with a failed project needing to go back to tendering after some time and all of that. There must be mechanisms for checks and balances put in place to ensure that every stakeholder in the infrastructure life cycle contributes their quota, and where they cannot, they must be held accountable. If budgetary allocations are made, there must be mechanisms to say the resources are deployed as and when needed to ensure that we complete the projects. Like I mentioned the contractors and engineers and other stakeholders. There must be these checks and balances in place. The leader who is and the government, that comes up with the idea of providing the infrastructure. Before we get there, we must think about what do we require to provide. Are we economically in a place where we can deliver this project? Do we have sufficient collaborations and funding networks to enable us get to the end of this project? What, by the way, is the total contribution of the infrastructure we are investing in? If we understand that this infrastructure is going to yield these benefits, do we then have the will and the resources to deliver them? So there's a lot of questions around this. There's a lot of ideas that have been put forward, very good ideas. I'm only reiterating some of these. At the end of the day, it boils down to, are we willing to do? Once we are willing to do, I believe change and transformation can happen very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obiora Nene, for your insight, and thank you for joining us in Just Africa.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Quite interesting topic.
Quite interesting. I like its positions where you need to make some comparisons within the continent of Africa and different cities, and how transportation, facilitates economic development in the countries, and most African countries and leadership need to take this into consideration, and also to make sure that their cities are planned with, consciously having this in mind. And also for us not to be giving out our contracts of foreign companies, for us to domesticate all this. But you know what? If we, with the kind of technology and with the requirement of what we're looking at, domestic or companies too should have such competence to deliver in such a vast, huge, big project that is going to make or mar our city landscapes.
All right, we have been discussing building African cities with local innovation and transport with Dr. Obiora Nene, Senior Lecturer, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Cape Town. Building Africa's city isn't just about roads and bridges, it's about imagination, inclusion, and innovation that reflects who we are. Now, if we trust local minds and homegrown solutions, our cities won't just expand, they will evolve. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQNews TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQNews Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQNews Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQNews TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano. and Emirate News Television, Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQNews TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Welcome back to Just Africa. Don't forget to like, stream, comment, and share on our YouTube page. Welcome to Just Africa, the program where we explore bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Now, across Africa, the clean energy transition is driven by technology and finance, but often overlooks gender. Women and youth, who make up the backbone of household and informal energy use, remain largely excluded from policy and innovation. Yet, research shows that gender-inclusive energy systems are more sustainable, equitable, and transformative. This episode of Just Africa explores how empowering women and youth in renewable energy, from solar enterprises to rural electrification, can unlock livelihoods, boost productivity, and build resilient community. The topic for this discussion is gender equity and energy transition in Africa. Our guest is Austeria Marcus. Austeria Marcus is a certified energy policy officer and a PhD candidate in sustainable development, holding a master's degree in global energy transition and governance. She currently supports the management of various projects at the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. One of the key initiatives she oversees is the Energy Efficiency for Sustainable Livelihoods in Africa. Now, she has also implemented across East, West, and Southern Africa. So glad to have you, Austeria Marcus. Austeria Marcus, can you please turn on your camera where you can't really see you clearly here? Welcome, Austeria.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. All right, so now, Africa's renewable energy drive is accelerating, but gender inclusion often lags behind. Why is gender integration critical to achieving sustainable energy transitions?
Thank you very much for the question. Maybe just want to introduce myself. As you can see in the background, I'm Austeria Marcus, and I work for the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, that is SOUQ, as you can see. And we are based in Namibia. We are hosted by the Namibian government in Windhoek, the capital city of Namibia. So coming to the question, as you have really earlier mentioned, gender inclusion is raging behind, and study shows that only 20% of the women are in the workforce of the energy sector, and higher of this percentage is found in the renewable energy sector, whereby we observe 40% of this compared to the traditional energy sector, which only have 16% of women in the energy sector. So gender integration is very critical because it enhances the effectiveness of projects and adoption of policies. So there's a need really to reflect the need for consumers and also improve the return on investment. So involving or including women, gender is not all about women. Let me emphasize on that, because normally people they relate gender issues to women only, but we talk about women because they are the ones that are underrepresented in the energy sector. So that's just a disclaimer to say where my comment or my contribution regarding women is basically based on the fact that they are underrepresented in the energy sector. So in order to integrate gender is very critical so that we can create opportunities, career opportunities, entrepreneurship, and also ensure that the basic needs of women, because women, as you have mentioned, they are the user of energy, they are only regarded as end users, but then they are now upcoming, they are penetrating the market into technical, coming up with cooking stoves, and also entrepreneurship activities such as selling these renewable energy products and energy efficiency products at the community level. So it is very critical that these women are supported in this business area so that they can be able to acquire or to gain finances. So integrating gender inclusion in energy policies and programs is very critical in that aspect. And this is also something that will help, women also contribute in terms of economic contribution and also improve their environment in terms of health and environmental outcomes. Women are mainly at risk of like, for example, they are using this biomass, traditional biomass, and it's affecting them, their health. So they are the one who knows the needs, and they need to be integrated and they need to be involved in this space. All right. As in decision making and policy formulation.
All right, thank you very much, Marcus, Stereo Marcus. Now, you have worked on the ELA program. That's the Energy Efficiency for Sustainable Livelihood in Africa. You have worked on the ELA program. So can you describe its core objectives, how it connects energy efficiency to sustainable livelihood?
Yes, we all know that energy efficiency is not just about saving energy. It also creates, because when we save energy, we will have more energy on the grid, which can be supplied to those who do not have access. So it contributes to access to energy, and it also contributes to the health issues, health-related issues, and also it reduces the energy bills for households as well as business. It's very critical, and this is what we are working on. And other things, we are supporting women also on capacity building by capacitating entrepreneurs or businesses. Like, we are working with the private sector, supporting them in terms of technical aspects like development of business plans and coming up with project proposals that are financeable. And so this is what we are doing as the ELA project, and we also are creating enabling environment in terms of setting standards for the products to be in the markets in the 3 regions. So we have developed standards for lighting products and also cooling products, and now we'll be looking at industrial motors. And one of the aspects on gender is we realize that in the first phase of the project, we didn't have any indicators to analyze or to monitor and be able to report on the impact we have made in terms of gender inclusion. So this is one of the activity. We are developing a gender strategy so that we'll be able to monitor the progress and the impact that we are making.
All right, thank you very much, Asteria. Thank you so much for your time with us. Now, I am somewhat curious. I'm curious because why gender inclusion in energy sustainability? What's the economic value of that?
The economic value of this is that once we have both genders involved, there is so much to be gained in terms of that, in terms of skills and collaboration. So, as we know that women are energy managers at the household level, they will contribute in terms of the consumption and in terms of how to manage energy, and they know the appliances that consume a lot of energy. And in this case, they can also be empowered economically if they are involved in the sector in terms of making decisions and contributing to decision making and also entrepreneurship and other, activities. So it is very critical, and it is very essential also to ensure that women get training, because some of them cannot go to school, but if they get training at their level, like what we are doing under the SOLTRAIN Plus, we are also training women. And I've observed also other initiatives like in Rwanda and Tanzania. I think there's a project called Solar Sisters, which is they are training women at the community level, to design cook stoves and to also sell and make profit out of it. So these are some of the things women will then contribute in terms of reaching out to the community where like the grid cannot reach. So they can reach the market where it is impossible to reach at the national level. So I think it's very crucial for them to be involved.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, what's the technology behind this cooking stove? Is it not something that is anti-climate? Is it not exacerbating the climate challenge that we're facing in the continent of Africa? Or is it the kind of technology that restricts carbon emissions?
Well, when it comes to cooking or clean cooking solutions, this is something that has a comprehensive or major contribution based on what sort of technologies are implemented, because we have those improved cook stoves which are still using charcoals or firewoods, and we have cook stoves that are using solar energy, and we have other types. So it depends really, and overall, they all contribute to the reduction of emission. And because when cooking on the open space, the smoke goes all around, and when you are cooking there are those cook stoves that are improved, or for example maybe solar, there's no emission at all. And the other contribution is that it helps women also spare some time, instead of focusing on collecting firewoods and so on, they would focus on something else which is productive, and that reduce time poverty in terms of, they can also be involved in other activities, like maybe take up a course or something like that. And yeah, I think economic wise also it helps.
All right, so if I may ask, what are the most common barriers preventing women and youth from accessing opportunities in the renewable energy sector?
I think barriers are very common, and this is being said or discussed written everywhere, because due to these traditional norms, there are beliefs that women can do certain things and cannot do certain things. So when it comes even to technical roles, there are some disbeliefs that women can deliver in terms of technical. So you find even in informal conversation, men would say that, oh, you hire a woman and then as an engineer to do maybe install solar systems, and then she fall pregnant. So once she fall pregnant, she won't be able to deliver. So there are just those some of the things that the employers are looking at, which is really not acceptable, which needs to be changed. Because if they form collaborative sort of working models where women and men support each other, then it will be very easy for women to penetrate the market. And the other issue is capacity building. Most of them do not have the capacity and the experience, especially to penetrate the markets. So you are required to have a certain a number of years of experience. When the employers are looking for experts, they want you to have maybe 5 years, but women are just, penetrating the market, and most of them have no experience. So it's just those sort of things that are really preventing women to penetrate. And when it comes even to entrepreneurship, most women do not have collateral. They don't have properties so that they can acquire funds or finances from the bank. So some of these things are the ones that are really preventing women from penetrating and advancing. Although there is a record that they are really doing the best.
All right, so now, in your experience at SOUQNews, that is the SAD Center for Renewable Energy and Efficiency, SOUQNews, in your experience, how are national energy institutions responding to gender mainstream mandates? Are we seeing real change or just token efforts?
Well, when it comes to national implementation, I think there's still more to be done. We have the gender policy, which requires all member states to incorporate. Sorry.
Continue. Please continue.
Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted to say something. So we have the enabling environment or the strategies and the policy is there, but when it comes to the SADC region, policies are and other regulatory frameworks are voluntary, so there's no really pressure or mandatory or expectation that they do or they implement. So the problem comes in when it comes to reporting. As you can see, if you look on even on internet, you will not find any data reporting on gender. So there are no targets as well at the national level to say we are targeting this percentage or this number of women to be at this stage. For even when you look at the national development contributions, this information or this gender target, the gender inclusion targets are not included. Or it's rather the implementation or gender consideration is rather more serious at the project level. So projects are taking it serious, and there are records how many women have benefited and how many women participated, or even at the organizational level where you find data related to a number of women that are in technical or leadership roles. So those are just some of the things that exist in there. But yeah, there's really more to be done, and perhaps, like I said, national determined contributions need to include some, measurable gender targets or indicators that could be monitored at the end to show that this is what the country has achieved in terms of gender inclusion.
Okay, thank you very much for your response there. Now, as a scholar and a practitioner, what's your vision for gender equity in Africa's energy future?
As I have already highlighted a lot of issues, this is really what I want to do, what I want to see in the sector. I want to see women being recognized or even genuinely applause for their achievements. Because why I'm saying this, when we got our president, the female president, there were a lot of criticism to say she will not be able to deliver, and she's a woman, the leadership skills and whatsoever. But I like her response to that, because she said she will not listen to those critics, but she will focus on those who voted for her. So I want to see confident women in the sector like her. I want to see even more role models like her, because she serves as a role model. Because beside a lot of criticisms that she went through, she still pushed and she focused on her vision. And we have not only her, we have a lot of them that are really pushing, even in the technical roles, even in the policy formulation or policy or decision making. There are women that are really encouraging, and I want to see men support and collaborating even in entrepreneurships, not to just work in silo, because this is like a competition where men want to see women proving a certain thing, but to at least to support them, even at the household level, because if you are criticized from home, for example, you won't be able to go out there boldly and confident to show and to perform what you want and achieve your vision. So that is really what I want to see, like breaking the gender stereotype and skill development, women being trained and penetrating the market.
Great, thank you. Now, there are lots of challenges, a lot of challenges, facing the women folk here. When we look at the participation level in renewable energy, women is just 32%. They are in the minority. And moving away from that, when we look at businesses giving out credit to women in order for them to go entrepreneurial and to go on their own business exploits, it looks as if women don't have access like their male counterparts. These are some of the few challenges, because most of the time we find women in marketing and also in manufacturing, but most of the time not in renewable energy and in the energy space. How do you and other women in Africa, are you planning to overcome all these bottlenecks and all these challenges?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, this is what we really want to see and we are pushing for. We have a project called Energizing Women for Energy Transition in Africa. I mean in SADC. This is for SADC region only. So what we are doing under this project, we support women with technical knowledge. So because one of the issue or one of the barrier that is hindering the women from acquiring funding is because when it comes to developing their business plans and their project proposals, there are still a lot of improvement that needs to be done for them to qualify for the funding. And also another challenge is that there's lack of collaboration, as like I mentioned, lack of collaboration between men and women. So this is one thing that we are pushing for. We are trying also to solicit funds, not to give them funds directly, but to make linkage between financiers and the entrepreneurs. There are a lot of windows, funding windows for women initiatives, especially under the World Bank. There's Mission 300, and African Development also have a window that supports women. So we are seeing a change in the market in terms of financing institutions. They are really considering women, and they waiver some of the requirements to consider funding their initiatives and businesses. And so this is what we are doing. We are working together with a lot of market players. We collaborate and we raise awareness. We also include trainings. We raise awareness on the needs of the women so that they can, or what are their challenges. We organize webinars, to just have the discussion. And sometimes we bring in these financials in the webinars and at our events like the Sustainable Energy Week, which is going to take place in Zimbabwe. We have a session on the financial mechanism where financials will also come there so that women can also get to learn how they can, acquire some of this funding and, to improve also. So, and also for the banks to consider, to hear from the audience, what is the challenge? Why are they not reaching out? Because you find the banks are also complaining that women are not reaching out, but on the other hand, the women are also saying, no, we cannot reach out because the time I reached out, I was turned down or something like this. So we are trying to create that linkage to also create collaboration and also some networking events where people can share information and knowledge and mentorship also involving some men who are successful in the market so that they can mentor women who are in the business so that they can excel as well.
All right, thank you very much. So this brings me to my next question. How can gender equality be reframed, not just as a moral imperative, but as a driver of productivity and innovation in Africa's energy economy?
Yes, I think to reframe reframing requires really, yes. So there's need really to consider women just not as end users, but as contributors, as producers, as entrepreneurs in the market and support them. So there's need also for policy to incorporate gender consideration because at the moment there's that gap where policies do not even have targets, So the policies and the standards need to be in place, and we also need to create maybe some enabling environment in terms of creating gender quotas, in terms of creating regulations such as equal pay. I see this, I've observed this one in Iceland, which is the leading country in gender equality in the world. So they have this equal pay, and if a company does not comply to equal pay, because you find women getting less payment compared to men, even though they are doing the same work. So this also in Ireland is also what we call they have these company quotas. So companies, when they are registered, they also need to meet a certain gender quota in terms of the number of people that are in the company, the number of board members that should be, there should be a share of women in that board member so that they are not just treated as administrators and lower positions. They should also be in leadership position. Yeah. So some of these approach or models and regulations, if they are in place, they will really help advancing gender equality in the sector.
All right, thank you very much. Now, lastly, from me, what is the role you're expecting from governments across the continent of Africa to play, most especially from Namibia, Southern Africa countries, West African countries, including Nigeria? Women are quite scarce in that space. What kind of policy direction can the government issue out to enable women to step out of their hiding place to play the front role, not only as low staff or low working cadre people in just the administrative aspect, but also as those who will be in the front burner of issues with regard to energy and renewable energy?
Yes, thank you very much. Having mentioned that, what came to my mind is a model that is in Kenya. Kenya has already an gender energy policy in place, which is mainly focusing on gender, and they are doing well in that space. They have programs that are supporting women in leadership, training them even to boost their confidence. There are initiatives also that are observed in Kenya in terms of technical roles whereby they are being trained to design cook stoves, as I have mentioned earlier. I didn't indicate it was happening in Kenya. So what I want to see basically is African countries looking or sharing some of these lessons and coming up with policies that are gender inclusive, with gender consideration, not just in word, but also having targets, and also not just having targets, and there should be some data around, it should be monitored, and there should be some indicators, measurable indicators to say, this is how we progress, and some, for example, it should be also publicly available, because you find that some of the things are happening at the project level, but then at the national level, there's nothing happening to say, okay, in Namibia, this is how gender equality has improved. So there could be also some, maybe looking at Iceland once more. They have a Department of Gender Equality, which is monitoring all these activities in terms of enhancement or impact. So governments would come up with such agencies that would just be responsible for monitoring the impact and also create a safe environment for women to feel protected, because there are also law in Iceland whereby if a woman is harassed, if you are working in a male-dominated sector and maybe you are harassed and so on, the men will face some consequences. So creating such things so that they are not bullied when they are just working with men, it will really help a lot. And one more thing I wanted to mention is to have support from the governments, like for women who want to study STEM, to study science, related education, to be supported, to be given scholarships. And I know this is already happening at some project level. We also have scholarship under SOLTRAIN, but this will really help improve or enhance the women penetration in women.
All right, so final question. I know you seem to mention Iceland. So yes, Iceland has set the bar high, but let's come down to Africa. Can you share success stories from countries within Africa where gender inclusion in energy has led to a measurable, economic or social impact?
Yes, thank you very much. I have mentioned about African countries earlier, like Rwanda and Tanzania. I think South Sudan also in the West Africa, and Kenya that I have also mentioned. And we have also Namibia. I don't want to forget about Namibia, even though it's not really in the energy sector, but our president really made a very huge progress by ensuring that we have more women in the parliament, ensuring that women are represented in decision making at PS permanent secretary level, ministers level, deputy ministers. So they are really women. There are women, a lot of women now in the leading positions. So I can also applaud. I noticed that in Nigeria there's a company that is reporting on gender aggregated data. I can't remember the name, but this is also commendable. At least some countries have some data elsewhere, which shows real data, because when we rely on international reports, we find that there is inconsistency in terms of reporting. You find the International Energy Agency is saying 40%, and then IRENA is saying 30% or maybe 38%, and then when you go to the World Bank reports, they are also having. So there's sort of inconsistency. But if we could have countries, coming from the main source, like countries reporting on this data, then it would be really helpful. And Nigeria, I have noticed that we have some data on women penetration in the renewable energy sector.
All right, thank you very much, Asteria Marcus, for your insight, and thank you for joining us on Just Africa. Great job you're doing in Namibia.
Thank you very much, Asteria.
Thank you very much, Asteria, for joining us on Just Africa. Great job that you are doing in Namibia. Keep the work going.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, a whole lot that she said about,
women in governance, now women in education, women in STEM, now we're having women in energy. I'm sure by the time we're done, we're going to be having women groups in virtually all industries and all sectors clamoring not only for inclusion, but attaching a percentage to that.
I also like the fact that she included women in board of directors, that always at least have like one or two women in the decision-making table.
Yes, it is. It's good. It's a good thing.
All right, yes, Africa's energy transition must go beyond megawatts. It must center on people, equity, and empowerment. As Asteria Marcus notes, Gender equality is the missing energy source for true sustainability. Women and youth should not only be passive beneficiaries but active drivers across the energy value chain. Governments must embed gender responsiveness in all renewable policies, ensure equal access to finance and training, and champion women-led innovation. Real progress begins with inclusive decision-making and policies that make equality a cornerstone of Africa's energy future. This is where we'll round up today's edition of Just Africa. We'd like to thank all our guests today on Just Africa, that is Mosterio Marcus and Dr. Nene. And I must say, it has been an impactful discussion. I am Olumide Shukoya. See you tomorrow.
And I'm Oyim Priya Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQNews TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQNews Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQNews Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQNews TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQNews TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have, for whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty, and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were too very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all, please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out, starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visafone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered yesterday in distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside worlds, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols are being observed to the latter, are being protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi state government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interests of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interests of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences-Related Commission (ICPC) convened a one-day capacity building workshop in Lagos aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity across Nigeria's local government councils. Held under the theme, The Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption, the workshop was jointly organized in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Bureau of Public Procurement, Code of Conduct Bureau, and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, with support from the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program. The initiative was designed in response to the recent judicial pronouncement reaffirming local government as an independent tier of government.
State governments are prohibited from receiving funds allocated for local government.
Its objective was to equip local officials with knowledge and practical tools necessary for effective governance, compliance with procurement standards, and improved service delivery at the grassroots level.
Some will be deceived, as it were too, but what is more important is that we all have a task to ensure that that autonomy granted to the local government, which is the third tier of government, is not abused.
The Supreme Court's affirmation of local government autonomy is a monumental victory for all of us. It grants grassroots democracy. It grants you the power to truly drive whatever development you think you can impact on your people. However, great power demands great responsibility. Autonomy without accountability is obviously a recipe for fiscal disaster. For us at Fiscal Responsibility Commission, FRC, which is part of this coalition that is going from state to state to educate the operators, it's very key that we learn how to plan.
Or a task, that duty that you have been entrusted with in that office, you are the one responsible for it. If you don't do it well, if you allow yourself, like my brother said, your village people, to make it to read procurement, to make it to collect bribe, to make it to spend outside budget, we have local haram. Haram is what? Abomination. We have also fiscal haram. Are you aware? There is a concept called fiscal haram, and that is number one. Fiscal haram is any expenditure that's not budgeted. Spending government money without a budget is number one fiscal what? Haram.
The participants engaged in interactive discussions and team exercises, explored case studies on corruption prevention, accountability frameworks, and interagency collaboration. They also participated in a question and answer section focused on addressing challenges and exploring practical solutions to enhance public accountability in local government systems. At the end of the workshop, participants expressed satisfaction with the quality of content and delivery, highlighting the relevance of the sessions to their daily administrative responsibilities. Organizers reaffirmed that the joint agency initiative forms part of Nigeria's ongoing national anti-corruption agenda aimed at institutionalizing transparency, promoting fiscal responsibility, and strengthening governance structures at the grassroots level.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what? I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williamson Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager, in a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into SOUQ Center Limited, following a venture merger with SOUQ SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of SOUQ SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awoshika's octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awoshika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of
and welcome to SOUQNews Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. President Bola Tinubu approves FIRS request to implement 15% ad valorem import duty on premium motor spirit and diesel. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa announces a disbursement of 2.3 billion naira to ASU as part of outstanding payment to tertiary institutions. Mali revokes 90 mining exploration permits from subsidiaries of international mining companies, citing compliance issues. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping set to implement new export controls on critical minerals and other commodities. Super Eagles will open training camp on Sunday in Morocco ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa playoffs. President Bola Tinubu has approved the implementation of a 15% ad valorem import duty on premium motor spirit, PMS, commonly known as petrol and diesel. This move is expected to influence fuel import costs and potentially affect market prices. The directive was communicated in a letter dated October 21, 2025, from the Office of the Private Secretary to the President, Damilotu Adiremi, addressed to both the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. It followed a formal request by the FIRS for approval to impose the duty based on the cost, insurance, and freight (CIF) value of imported fuel products. According to the letter, the new policy aims to align the cost of fuel import with domestic economic realities and support ongoing fiscal reforms. The move comes as the government continues efforts to reduce fuel subsidies, encourage local refining, and boost non-oil revenue amid economic pressures. The federal government has projected that Nigeria could unlock a 74 billion naira livestock economy by 2040 if strategic investments, policy alignment, and innovation are implemented across the sector. This was disclosed by the Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Maiha, at the 2025 Animal Science Meeting and Industry Exposition held on Tuesday in Abuja. Maiha highlighted that the recent establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development by President Bola Tinubu underscores the administration's commitment to revitalizing the sector. He said livestock development is central to addressing food insecurity, boosting employment, and expanding Nigeria's non-oil GDP base. He further stressed that unlocking this potential would require coordinated action across federal and state governments, the private sector, and research institutions. The minister called for investments in animal health, breeding technology, pasture development, and value chain infrastructure. With Nigeria's population growth and rising protein demand, Maiha said the livestock sector could become a key pillar of economic transformation if properly harnessed. The federal government has disbursed 2.3 billion naira to university-based unions as part of efforts to clear outstanding arrears and enhance staff welfare across Nigeria's tertiary institutions. Minister of Education Tunji Alausa made the announcement on Wednesday in Abuja during a briefing on the government's engagement with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and other unions. Alausa explained that the payment is a targeted intervention aimed at addressing some of the long-standing grievances in the education sector. He added that it reflects the Tinubu administration's broader commitment to revamping Nigeria's higher education system through increased funding, policy reforms, and sustained stakeholder dialogue. The minister noted that ongoing conversations with ASU and other stakeholders are yielding progress, with efforts also focused on revitalizing infrastructure, improving conditions of service, and creating a more stable academic calendar. He urged unions to continue constructive engagement with the government to find lasting solutions that will foster academic excellence and national development. And now the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, and the National Insurance Commission, NICOM, have inaugurated a joint task force to enforce compulsory third-party motor insurance and digitize passenger manifests across Nigeria. The initiative, unveiled during a ceremony in Abuja, aims to strengthen road safety and compliance with insurance laws through a unified technology-driven approach. By integrating the databases of both FRSC and NICOM, the task force will enable real-time verification of motor insurance policies and passenger data, reducing fraud and enhancing transparency. Officials say the collaboration will promote a data-driven enforcement mechanism, streamline processes, and improve operational efficiency. It also marks a major step toward formalizing the transport sector, protecting road users, and ensuring accountability. The agency said they will work together to sensitize motorists and transport operators on the benefits of the initiative, while deploying monitoring tools to ensure compliance nationwide. Experts call for 10,000 naira, 20,000 naira notes to address naira portability crisis. A new economic review by research firm Quartus Economics has called on the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to introduce higher denomination currency notes, specifically 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira bills, to improve the naira's practicality and reduce the growing cost of cash transactions. The report, titled "Is Africa's Eagle Stuck or Soaring Back to Life?" argues that the persistent depreciation of the naira has rendered the current highest denomination, the 1,000 naira note, increasingly ineffective for everyday use. The review warns that the absence of higher value notes is fueling inefficiencies in physical cash usage, particularly for large volume transactions, which now require excessive bundles of cash. According to the report, introducing higher denomination notes would not only enhance currency portability, but also reduce the frequency and cost of ATM withdrawals, cash logistics, and bulk transactions. Quartus Economics says such a move is necessary to reflect Nigeria's current inflationary realities and ensure that the naira remains a functional and efficient medium of exchange. Moving on, public health expert and former Chief Medical Director of Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH, Professor Akin Oshibogun, has called for an urgent investment of at least 1 billion and the recruitment of 360,000 medical doctors to reposition Nigeria's struggling health system. Speaking at the 2025 Physicians Week Scientific Conference organized by the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, Lagos State Branch, Oshibogun said, such interventions are necessary to bridge infrastructure and human resource gaps across the health value chain. The conference, themed Healthcare as a Value Chain, Building Efficiency from Policy to Patient, focused on practical ways to overhaul Nigeria's healthcare delivery. He stressed that building efficiency across the health sector requires a systemic approach, strengthening everything from policy implementation and funding mechanisms to personnel training and access to care. Oshibogun urged policymakers to prioritize health as a national investment rather than an expenditure, warning that Nigeria's current doctor-to-patient ratio is dangerously low and unsustainable for achieving universal healthcare coverage. Nigerians held 4.47 trillion naira in cash outside the banking system in September 2025, and this is according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's latest money and credit statistics, even as the overall money supply contracted during the month. The report revealed that broad money supply, M3, dropped to 117.78 trillion naira in September from 119.69 trillion naira in August, reflecting a month-on-month decline of 1.91 trillion naira or 1.6%. The contraction suggests reduced liquidity within the formal financial system, possibly due to tightening monetary policy or reduced credit activity. In contrast, currency outside banks rose marginally by 14.7 billion naira or 0.3 naira over the same period. This trend indicates that more Nigerians are opting to hold cash rather than keep their money in the banking system, a development that could undermine financial inclusion and monetary policy effectiveness. Analysts say persistent trust issues with banks, rising inflation, and a preference for informal transactions may be driving the sustained rise in currency held outside the system. Still to come in the news, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum intensifies regional cooperation to present a common economic growth. Join us again after this break.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQNews TV.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region.
Welcome back. Mali has cancelled more than 90 mining exploration permits, including those held by subsidiaries of international mining companies, citing non-compliance with new legal requirements. According to an official decree obtained by Reuters on Wednesday, the move affects local arms of major global firms such as Harmony Gold, Iron Gold, Coral Gold, Birimian Gold, and Resolute Mining. The country's Minister of Mines confirmed the action, explaining that the companies failed to meet updated regulatory obligations introduced as part of ongoing sector reforms. The revoked permits reflect a shift in Mali's mining policy as the government seeks to assert greater control over natural resources and ensure more compliance with national laws. The mining sector, a key pillar of the Malian economy, has been under increasing scrutiny amid demands for higher revenues and more equitable resource distribution. Industry analysts warn that the mass revocation could affect investor confidence and future foreign direct investment, even as Mali pushes ahead with efforts to restructure its extractive industries. And now Namibia will rely on domestic markets to meet its borrowing needs for the foreseeable future, Finance Minister Erika Shafuda announced on Wednesday, following the redemption of the country's largest Eurobond. The decision reflects a broader trend among African sovereigns, many of whom remain wary of re-entering international debt markets amid ongoing geopolitical uncertainty and fluctuating U.S. interest rate expectations. Shafuda said Namibia's focus would be on developing local financing mechanisms that offer more predictable terms and lower risk exposure. The cautious stance comes as global frontier market issuance, including from African nations, has slowed significantly. According to S&P Global, government-related debt issuance from frontier economies has reached $202 billion so far this year, a 16% decline from 2023 and roughly one-third below 2024 levels. Analysts say Namibia's strategy could shield it from external shocks, but may also limit access to larger capital pools. However, authorities argue that deepening the domestic debt market is essential for long-term fiscal sustainability and financial resilience. Taiwan's top trade negotiator confirmed on Thursday that she met with a senior U.S. trade official on the sidelines of the ongoing APEC summit in Busan, South Korea, as both sides continue negotiations over tariff reductions. Although she declined to disclose details of the discussion, the talks are believed to have focused on resolving Taiwan's concern over the 20% tariff imposed on its exports to the United States. Semiconductors, one of Taiwan's most critical exports, are currently exempt from the tariffs, but other sectors remain affected. Taiwan has been lobbying Washington for broader concessions, citing its strategic economic role and strong trade ties with the U.S., especially in the high-tech and electronics industries. The latest meeting adds to a series of quiet diplomatic engagements aimed at deepening economic cooperation while avoiding public friction, particularly amid heightened regional tensions and the sensitive nature of U.S.-China-Taiwan relations. Moving on, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has emphasized the importance of strengthening bilateral relations with Japan, citing shared economic interests and current global trade challenges. Lee made the remarks during the summit with Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC meetings on Thursday, according to a statement from the South Korean presidency. With global supply chains facing renewed pressure and trade alliances shifting, both leaders agreed that closer coordination was essential to navigating shared challenges. Lee said the two nations, as key democratic and economic powers in the region, must enhance cooperation in technology, energy, and security. The meeting marked their first formal bilateral engagement since Takaichi assumed office earlier in October. And now, member countries of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC Forum are close to agreeing on a joint declaration at the annual summit set to begin on Friday in South Korea, the host nation's prime minister announced on Thursday. APEC, a 21-member forum representing 50% of global trade and 61% of the world's GDP, aims to promote economic cooperation across the region. This year's meeting, however, has been largely overshadowed by concerns over U.S. President Donald Trump's protectionist trade policies, which have raised tensions among member economies. Despite these challenges, the near consensus signals a collective effort to maintain dialogue and cooperation amid growing global uncertainties, reflecting the members' shared interest in sustaining regional economic stability and growth. And now, Japan's central bank held its benchmark interest rate steady at 0.5% on Thursday, maintaining its current policy stance during the first monetary policy meeting since Sanae Takaichi became prime minister earlier this month. The Bank of Japan's decision was widely expected, aligning with the Reuters poll of economists, despite persistent inflationary pressure. Inflation has remained above the BOJ's 2% target for 41 consecutive months, prompting growing calls for tightening. The vote was split 7-2, with board members Naoki Tamura and Hajime Takata advocating for a 25 basis point increase. In its statement, the BOJ cited global economic uncertainty and domestic consumption concerns as reasons to stay cautious. Market response was largely subdued. The 10-year government bond yield was mostly flat. The yen weakened slightly to 153.03 against the dollar, and the Nikkei gained 0.4%. The decision underscores the central bank's cautious approach amid leadership transition and a fragile economic recovery, even as inflation remains stubbornly above target. Still to come in the news, UK government announces £2.5 million in emergency humanitarian funding to assist Caribbean nations. Do well to join us after the break.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Every day, information shapes the way we live, the choices we make, the innovations we pursue, and the future we build. In a world divided by access and opportunity, information can either empower or exclude. Today, we celebrate World Development Information Day, a reminder that knowledge is not just power, it's progress. In 1972, the United Nations General Assembly established World Development Information Day. The goal was simple: to use information and communication to mobilize the world for development, especially in countries struggling to build economic and social divides. This day, observed on October 24th, shares its date with United Nations Day, reinforcing a single message: global cooperation begins with understanding. From digital innovation to grassroots storytelling, information drives development in ways once unimaginable. Farmers now access real-time weather forecast. Students learn across borders through online platforms. Health workers share life-saving data in seconds. When information flows freely, communities grow stronger. Yet, billions remain disconnected, cut off from the tools that could change their lives. The digital divide continues to limit opportunities, deepen inequality, and silence voices that deserve to be heard. Bridging this gap isn't just about technology. It's about justice, inclusion, and shared humanity. As the world races towards the Sustainable Development Goals, the role of information is more vital than ever. Artificial intelligence, open data, and digital inclusion hold the promise to accelerate progress if used responsibly and fairly. When truth travels faster than misinformation and data serves people over profit, development becomes sustainable. On this World Development Day, let's remember every message shared, every byte of data, every story told has the power to change a life. Because when information reaches everyone, development belongs to everyone. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQNews TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Thank you for staying with us. Shares of U.S.-listed rare earth mining companies surged on Thursday following an agreement between President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping to delay the implementation of new Chinese export controls on critical minerals. The announcement came after the two leaders held what Trump described as an amazing meeting in South Korea. Pre-market trading saw critical metals jump 7%. USA rare earth climbed about 5%, and energy fuels gained 3%. MP materials and new core development also edged up roughly 2% each. The market really reflects renewed investor optimism over supply stability for rare earths, which are essential for defense, tech, and renewable energy industries. Trump's declaration that the rare earth issue has been settled is seen as a significant de-escalation in what had become a growing point of tension in U.S.-China trade relations. The development provides temporary relief to American manufacturers and miners concerned about the access to materials that are overwhelmingly processed in China. The United Kingdom and Vietnam have signed a far-reaching agreement to combat illegal migration, described by British officials as the strongest such deal Hanoi has ever entered with any foreign government. The deal was sealed on Wednesday during a meeting in London between UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Vietnamese Communist Party chief To Lam. It comes amid growing domestic pressure on the UK government to tighten border controls and reduce the number of undocumented migrants reaching British shores. According to the officials, the arrangement focuses on enhanced cooperation in areas such as repatriation of illegal migrants, joint investigations into trafficking networks, public education campaigns, and capacity building. The deal is also expected to support stronger law enforcement collaboration and improved data sharing. Prime Minister Starmer said the agreement demonstrates Britain's commitment to building effective international partnerships to address global migration challenges. For Vietnam, the pact offers a framework to deter human trafficking and protect its citizens from exploitation. Both governments pledged to begin immediate implementation of the terms. The UK government has announced £2.5 million in emergency humanitarian funding to assist Caribbean nations affected by Hurricane Melissa, which left a trail of destruction across the region. The aid package will fund a swift response, including the deployment of emergency supplies such as shelter kits, water filters, and blankets aimed at preventing further injury and curbing the risk of disease outbreaks. The supplies have been pre-positioned in Antigua to ensure rapid distribution to the hardest hit areas. In addition to material support, the UK is also sending humanitarian and technical experts to help coordinate relief efforts and maximize the impact of the aid. The funding underscores the UK's continued commitment to supporting disaster resilience and recovery in the Caribbean, a region highly vulnerable to climate-induced weather events. And now, coffee roasters across the United States are depleting their inventories at an accelerated pace as they await the outcome of tense U.S.-Brazil trade negotiations that could reshape the coffee supply chain. The talks, currently ongoing, will determine whether importers must continue paying steep tariffs or regain access to the world's largest coffee producer at pre-tariff rates. Since August, Brazilian coffee, traditionally accounting for nearly 1/3 of all beans consumed in the U.S., has been effectively priced out of the American market. This follows the imposition of a 50% import duty by the administration of President Donald Trump, part of a broader geopolitical and trade policy shift. With Brazil's beans now financially unviable, U.S. roasters have turned to more expensive suppliers like Colombia and Vietnam, pushing up production costs and straining profit margins. Industry analysts warn that prolonged tariffs could lead to price hikes for consumers, while some roasters fear quality compromises if alternatives fall short. Negotiations remain critical to stabilizing the sector. Gold prices jumped by 2% on Thursday, buoyed by a weaker U.S. dollar following a Federal Reserve interest rate cut and continued investor uncertainty over a potential trade deal between the United States and China. Spot gold rose 1.3% to 3,908 per ounce by 11:09 GMT, while U.S. gold futures for December delivery edged down slightly by 0.23, 991.50 per ounce. The market reaction reflects a shift in investor sentiment towards safe haven assets amid growing doubts about the resolution of trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. The Fed's rate cut, widely anticipated by analysts, put downward pressure on the dollar, making gold more attractive to holders of other currencies. Analysts say further volatility in the gold market could be expected as traders watch closely for development in the trade talks and additional policy signals from the Fed. And now moving on to sports, the Super Eagles will open their training camp on Sunday, November 10 in Rabat, Morocco, ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa playoffs. The Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, has announced. Nigeria will face Gabon in the semi-final of the playoffs on November 13. The winner will battle either Cameroon or DR Congo in the final on November 16 at the Prince Moulay El Hassan Sports Complex. Only one team will advance the Intercontinental Playoffs scheduled for March 2026 in Mexico. The Confederation African Football, CAF, has confirmed the playoff format with 4 teams, Nigeria, Gabon, DR Congo and Cameroon competing for Africa's final playoff spot. The Super Eagles, who are aiming to return to the World Cup after missing out in 2022, are expected to arrive in Rabat early to begin preparations for the crucial fixtures. And now on to Major League Soccer. Son becomes MLS's second highest paid player after Messi. Los Angeles FA forward Son Heung-min has become Major League Soccer's second highest paid player, earning an annual salary of $10.4 million. And that is according to the latest figures from the MLS Players Association. The South Korean international, who joined LAFC in August 2025 after a storied career at Tottenham Hotspur, also earns a total compensation package of $11.2 million, placing him just behind Lionel Messi in MLS's salary rankings. The salary data was released on Wednesday and cited by Punch Online. Since arriving in Los Angeles, Son has made an immediate impact, scoring 9 goals in 10 regular season matches and helping LAFC push for a deeper playoff run. His move to MLS marked one of the most high-profile signings in recent years and signals the league's growing global appeal. With his strong start and star power, Son is already being hailed as a marquee addition to both LAFC and MLS as a whole. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of the top stories. President Bola Tinubu approves FIRS request, implements 15% ad valorem import duty on premium motor spirit and diesel. Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, announces a disbursement of 2.3 billion naira to ASU as part of outstanding payments to tertiary institutions. Mali revokes 90 mining exploration permits from subsidiaries of international mining companies, citing compliance issues. President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping set to implement new export controls on critical minerals and other commodities. Super Eagles will open training camp on Sunday in Morocco ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa playoffs. Many thanks for watching. You can follow us on all our socials at SOUQNews Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
In 19 57. Just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job. Going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry, went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knot somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. and I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt, being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who had just won the election, or the one who had just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By a famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background. that solid background on the rock, as it were. So by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, you know, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadewun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebre, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeats, It's raining everywhere in the world. So really, you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station from, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call it Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having... I had a friend who was head of the... he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere, I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight, that wasn't really what happened. And that, it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in, or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Olusola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Adelanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members by late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you, because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now, because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our chief, Folami Koka, was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyeko graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no, I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekeri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekeri songs, to speak Echekeri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Echekeri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books And he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say, paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamu Orisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Uniku, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Uniku Iga Ologede, with its green color will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere with its purple color stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960, and in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Ba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQNews TV.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance